yimu no kretrodo kagene men kamadini bo nitafe mayentie Kwasi Aboagye 100.9
Kwasi Bonkwe
Hello, good morning, and thank you very much for tuning in to NEAT 100.9. Yes, Transient, Yawada. July 28, 2022. Ekoye, moya fine. Ye bedin komo baba heni ekoso my Ghana mo amanyo sem hon komo. Near Chego, the various news online portals. They one cratano and 7 city and near Moon 7 in back in Kandia Mamo. Kwasi Aboagye, fish break up and base and don't do the Minewa or Dominewa. I'm fast like I say, my PCFMonline.com, other online portals. Yeah, no, mas and I mean, try and 70 Kakra and go over your news online portals. No, and Sana de one cratano, so anyone 7 yet the Abremo or Jimedie so. Plea bargaining law in force as a Akufo-Addo assents to criminal and other offences amendment. President Akufo-Addo has assented to the Criminal and the Offences Procedure Amendment Act 2022, Act 1079, to provide for plea bargaining in the administration of criminal justice. We know I will issue who I said we see kana lawyer for it. I say Ubika French in our country. Chese me bonne to farmer sa ayemre o mampanyide in sa hyase no ebe mama say bia wo kwakopa tantini ebe kon ten bia ma o echi ma sheda echi mu ye pa yeko no si aka se bonechi ba render Joasafo seat vacant. Privileges Committee recommends. The majority of members on the Privileges Committee want the seat of Domiko Abenya legislator Joasafo to be declared vacant. Mrashebe ya fodo do na yesi omo Privileges Committee no omo kan se omo to aba no omo kan se Domiko Abenya eye mpeso anu so no ekonya no omo declare vacant. Say omuntu Joasafo emfiso. Ghana Police Service react to report labeling it as most corrupt institution. And the IGP cry IGP atwerokrata ten say hey mo de bia mo ye corruption perception report bia mo si police for no di kan. Police for crime mo nkwa no mo je bribe na de bia so no mo di kan. I say agenda na na dem trim na de bia mo de ade no. Asisi ya police ni amasesa. Sa microphone na utu kwan na wo ba wo mugina airport. Customs for no more airport no. Would you bribe with him ebe almost risk kasi bibia. Asra kesi nkoma PCFMonline.com ada online portal si kwabra ma for transfer no pay kwabra microphone bibia boko de na yenkanguma no pay na ehwensem se city. Right.
Abusiafo de baka ta daily graphic yanim awade aba no watrese senetefo yi nsamadin e de afira katua homam na nipa wo mu yi wo mu din firi mu no ye 21000 ya na ye tua sika de ma wonum na sa exercise ya wo mu ye etumi asave wo man ni sika 312.27 million Ghana cedis ya ankasa sika nyina ye tua de amansamafo na nkofo akoche sika no adi kwa antisenetefo ayade yampere wonum Dome kwa benyamra sebetani aya maame Saratu Asafo today be today ana namra sebede fio matna siawese na kwanya no a wote so dome kwa benya no yendi kra ne vacantia esan se do me kwa benya de sia ye nyanka womu ni representatives wa parliament enti yankwato abankwa yi mrasebedani foforo anasa yenta no kwasiso obefi abrochire beba enti ana mrasebedafo betena se na wama decide ma me sarato asafo feti se na kwanya ne yanyi anasa yemutu no yankwato aba yenta ma no mrasebedafo ade abusia bi atomu a swami entertainye na no ononyamfo se temensa bonsu womuta no nsuo no womu de kwa akwakoye levi eba ye no awrade adum yetumi anya sika kakra firim yenya 93.7 million Ghana cedis abusumi mienu pe o sika yenya aya 93.7 million Ghana cedis sika levi no ede abeto Ghana ya futuo mu ana maboso atere mu ye bokrata ya friend say chronicle wade ononyamfo se temensa bonsu mfoni abetoa and what as a cokromoti power swami adesia tesi ononyamfo se temensa bonsu watu America ko parliament wakwa jibusia no atun 135 million euros wa yade kwaya swami entertain who say man no day adesia no atre ne say yes cokromoti power no ekuta wonu nsem na watima youth ana omubuafu kwans chief executive officer wadano and womu katira kwans say esumtum awiako womu ne batia yam so pa ma na hunu say yes want to mean for watima yanim amfan to reform mampani na na dodan kwakufu ado and what say why ready so we be grant amnesty ade ama wonum a womu deserve a the bokata ya friend say chronicle ade ho asam aba na Commonwealth game no nso ekoso me no ka sei eba no bobo Eurodia no a France fo ni England na omu kwakosia ewo finance yakosia dei na sa kansie no ebeba so leaders party anim ha mampani na nado dan kwakufu ado en wotre say wano de eka wono nko a enka MPP amanyoko womu frag bada no womu nyini 2023 June said ye beya nipa kro betumi anya ahoboa na ono nso ede apriniti Dr. Mohammed Baumia na Presbyterian Church bona baso said papa no aya ade pa wati ne huni so obeya vice president no wora tatuti kata na wobo Professor John Van Satamas abaso se papa no waya asomtwe hine oyi obi antokwa basabasa ye ni nipa nyinyimu na ebi eni nafa the bokrata daily dispatch ede ho asem ete aba na the bokrata me de to aso aya Ghanaian Times yanim ha watasa ECG ejuma no aya tia mo mu papa trese meters ya yakra begu system yi mu wonsa danim ba bia meter ni free politicians akra meters ya ba wo mu de akobo baby basa wonsa dan hu baby kro mu kokra sa meter ni free ye abusia yanko peace 104.3 FM sumrende ensama wa ha no toso pa
Abono nsia peace 104.3 FM suni my mamunyina achi anope kasebo ayensa kano bread you say de bremo na kasebo fi peace FM so a assign nam okay 101.7 afenit FM 100.9 yenyina ya wo ship house abeka junction enkran and afi hello 101.5 FM eno so kumase afi radio stations awudo bebre age kasebo yi de pete emedom wanya bia tie wo Ghana ne abrochira man so peacefmonline.com ensemi nyina esumwo na ansa ne abetie mu nsam adi akotene no ma yentie se futu sem yi ansa
afutu sem ye bambomba futu sem ene sen eye national security amuna bamba hwe omamu nyina okuram se twe omede batu dwa se sabe minyameyonti eno ane madame ho so enti Ghana fo bia na ne ho so no nipa bonfo bia meto anhye so se omban se ankrankra ananso mban nipaku tom de number bi share da tu dwa number ne ye 999 na ne miensa 999 enkono na sa enkono yede bai say se wususu se nipa bi na ba bi na na mutuo ne ye no ase nipa bon sem ya bantirima no afre empenifo abomane no matusu na mo ana ko di ba bi na wa bi wadu no wani antonto ho kire wususu se enye betimi akun ana enye beto ahye so a na na so afre empenifo na je ko duro mu ni nkola bi amadwun se epam so mo try number no wa bo number no 999 omo pekepe osina me try se adwuma na nya adwuma nke dia ba omo si anka nche Ghana ni bia se sa number no ye try adwuma dada enti de upeni ya eno anse obefre 999 wo mre ko a asem atowo
we semode afi mama yentie kase bone mu nsem odi akotene no ebi wode besia euros no opepem aduokono nso ne akire ponso akoto mase badwafo anim se wo mo anyintum
sansu na obinfu mu okuru ni sambo kwabena anim di atodwa se ye panwoma betima sesa Ghana sikasema microfinance edima kwetene
mrase badwani orura jeachi question na sem bi odi kwadan court senka court nsanhwemu bio no wawie ho asem edi mu amane boaba
opani ani dindi Dr. Atufo sense asem amukafa Bank of Ghana hono omo sesa omadwen
wei ani nsem bi ni aka bom anopai ya ede be som se kasebo ye ne amote ye ni yajoa ye boa agei ena afei
achenkwa na menum bremu na ho fedua wodi ahenkan kwame yeboa na ye ka mu se nyumaku eta echa no pay e First Atlantic Bank or say refreshingly different and palm dem sronko said your bank we gina benane ne wo boa manfo Ghana ha ne titiriu ene mo amusika fa controller ne de uni problem simple atakudama unya de for say wi First Atlantic o maboa sika no do so po e de support nipa said ye be adwade ni akone ba be kama ufie na wisine na na apeso oboso no ananse project bi a woyo mesame busa akwaji bisa nkofo ho na bua kam se pe ho papa fa First Atlantic Bank refreshingly different wombe bua amanyo matima koye this way chocolate drink do hia ani so hie anopani pa egome your First afo ne ba na bobi pe na jetuato madaroma ensem ni nkiremu na poso ima e hyase
wie wadi akoto masebejafo anim sa wonyintum ebesia euros no opepem aduakono nso ani akire ponso 97.7 million euros ya Ghana ban na eje bese mamra sebejwa no wo monsoso agye atum de wonsa ahyase chese parliament apene so na besia no Ghana ban na ebo efi Standard Chartered Bank London wo mo enchen ne edia aban ehie sika yie na wabo besia yi a parliament agye atum amano no ene se aban so de kwa kosiesie ka kwan edi bi aye atwene anasa bridges ensamso edi amamanfo sene be ya akwantuo ni akwani abedi betimi aye adwuma na ba bi a wo ye sa kwan yi eye yape wipe ena fe daboya na eno hu na mrase badwama gina tuku o mo hwe sikasam so committee of finance ewo parliament no wo mo di ho asem betu dwato abedwafo ni nyani mo kire se sa ensamso anasa bridge ahodo miensa no ehia ban pa kire se eno enna eka Ghana anafo fam ene Ghana tifi fam ebomu na no skra dan chen a ebeboa amma adwadie atimi akoso ebeboa na so bi tukwan na wo si ha na wasa fa chef frato aso a watimi ayesa akwani abadie no ana no kra dan chen ebema akwani abadie wo Ghana ene aman ya twa ye ho ahia ye ntamo no eno so atimi akoso wano na bre odi asemi tu mra sebadwafo animu a o kire na dwen wo ho no mra sebadwani o hwe nsawama do agiri oye majority chief whip honorable Ano Dompre wakasa ye di tudwa se sa anamon waban atu ehia papa sa nsam so miensa no ebeboa ye titiriu ye bra ye di dwane di nuane efri Ghana tifia mantam miensa ni mu ekwa Ghana amantam nkaye mu ni akwa akoton wasiri nya ye mfasode kese edema oman no.
It goes without saying that that part of the world or that part of the country is noted for the production of foodstuff, and the transportation of these foodstuff has always come as a challenge because of the dearth of these critical facilities. So it's a well-thought-out project coming in at an appropriate time to help in the ferrying and conveyance of such important food items to other parts of the world. So, Speaker, it shows the thoughtfulness of the government in terms of dealing with the challenge of transportation of food to the southern parts of the country and other parts of the country that are in need. So I support the motion, and I urge all of us to speak in support.
We are Ripa Yetin Kanye, Mrasebe Jania Oshe and Sawama Dwajiri, Honorable Frank and not Dombre. I no see yano, and I Dom Kumano Penny or Dawamo ano, minority leader, one Susuni Empia, was shared Tamale South, Honorable Haruna Drisu, and also Mani Musukasaye, and was Ukraine by way, by Wayadi. Sa akwanya hodwa miensa na sensam so miensa no a abayi ebodi ewo yape buipe ene daboya no yade ehia papa na se yade a aban besiesie sansam so na mpade a ene nka ebeboa oman na kwani abedi.
Recognizing that government is taking a major step in improving road access in northern region. Commendable if it is executed to the letter and the spirit of the agreement, not one of the promises we had in 2017 or 2018. At least finally, the people of Ndaura Japa and other persons associated in northern Ghana, either heading towards Mampurugu or Dagbang or Yubun, as I said in Ndaura, will appreciate this initiative. But Mr. Speaker, a while ago, we were talking about Swami. The Daboya Bridge, one of the principal beneficiaries will be the honorable member for Tolong, Habib. So he would also benefit from this initiative.
Yeah, Nipa Yetin Kasei, Tamale South, Masabijani, Honorable Haruna Idrisu.
Opani ba kwa ni dindu obin fumo kunu mi chair Professor Samuel Kobina enim sudi nsembia tudwa na ne nsema woka nyina ne se yenkote duom renuane ahaben ya Ghana sikasam ebetima gina pintini yakọ anima onu di otusu se nkrabata ba kwa beboa microfinance se sika nkumenkuma bank nkumenkuma won potem no eno su betima adimu akutene bi pa adenti na woka sa odisa microfinance institutions wo mo eno mutimi ma eye bisia kakra no de ahye ni dwam obi sidan no wokọ ne aboa ne kakra chese ade bi eboa pa obu abrabo ma ye den ama no peso hye na abrabo se nanso wokọ commercial banks ya enya de obi abahwenanim so de ni che microfinance pe no ma hwe ma pe bi kakra ma no nanso eno nchese microfinance betima bo na sika se metima gina pintinti na omototo nyoma paapa so ehun kuntabuo ehun mra ne nhyehyɛ ne nyina no ewo se yetimi diso na yetimi aso abapa Microfinance Forum bia ekọ a Ghana Microfinance Institutions Network ehyehyɛ enomto nsade fra papa ya okoi na asɛm tie da so ne sɛ yentwa ne hwe achi abakwa sembe no microfinance ho enwuma ben wo ma eye nhyehyɛ ben ne guakwam emra ben ne fa ho ena da achi aye komu nsu no sign ye betimi arrange microfinance a ebenya nsunsu aso pa e Ghana ho yentie Professor Samuel Kobina anim.
So for us as microfinance practitioners, the first indicator that we need to look at is how many borrowers are we reaching, how many deposits are we reaching, and how do they compare with the 6.8 million that are below the poverty line. If indeed microfinance is towards reducing poverty, what are we monitoring? Financial, social, and environment. This is the third dimension that has come up. Who does the monitoring? Should all be done by BOD or some linkages should be drawn. What is the data on low-income clients and economically active poor? We cleaned up the microfinance subsector. We alluded to that, but what indicators are we using to say that we've cleaned up the sector? Is it just a reduction in the number of microfinance operators, or we should go beyond that and look at other indicators whether indeed they are reaching the poor or otherwise?
Professor Samuel Kwabena enim enamotene nka no wie no eno panipa ye board chairman Edema Ghana Microfinance Institutions Network Ora Benajo apia enso kakra na small kan se ampa Ghana fo ni media wodo nya ye pebi abafu ni media ye pebi kuayo ni media ye pebi journalism ni media nsantwa dwumen dudu na pebi na enso sika wunya nsande ye nche dam pebi enti onya sika akoto pike kese na nu mache wele no boni se ta entadia kese mobafo ekuta bawe etimi bo modern share dance na so da nsem no de ye WhatsApp sa ni media ye nhye da ni e sika ho nti e ka ho bi ma sika e ba nsem no ye hu so esombo ye didi prema ye de yenwoma tingoni okosere Ghana Education Service professor se madaro mamonhwe nanka monfa sika wonim de nso ensha sentete manfree school ta kwaro wanwe school no wonu mi se wonya sika enya bayere no twofi ene ye de towe
microfinance eye kwanya ye faso eboa ndwuma nketenkete ne ankrankro ewo the poor and the vulnerable and women in our rural communities and villages who otherwise cannot go to the big institutions. It is not just giving money in small donations because the big banks do, but it's the methodology of education, of empowering them. Financial literacy, the America say, yenchre school kura GSS, any SSS, any university now because nipe pi kura omukura wuskana, ope baby this kana koto, and when ya indinua, baby mpo de beko. Enti financial is not fully illiterate. You must have omanko so. Nipe pi na mo omwabo kutua. Womu here financial training. Say infana me fa bisika nkoto. Enti important. Ghana nipa 30% pe. Eno omo train ewo adehunu wo financial literacy mo. If you say any minister of education and the national vocational institute there, so that it become part of the curriculum examinable kra yechre everybody panenya suhu.
Said there be a business sika wunyansa nti ena opani su sanke yen hyase yen kire yemanu school no nya sika sebe anfango to dibo ani
ya to akase bono eso mra sebedwani a wo hwe Asin North ewo NDC amanyoko ni dimu eye honorable KWASI na asem ededwade ya manfo nyina animsem ene se ya bonu kwadu se wono no se ne Ghana mrache ne se wo ye onipa ugina ho se ofiri aman mienu so a wotimi medi mra sebedwa konwa wo Ghana eti abonu kwadu se wo kita passport a eje se wo ye Canada abrochimane ba no sign kita passport eche se oye Ghana ni nti no ehwa sama kwadi court em ya twina basane asre edi akwani aba na no ekosi se okọ court of appeal emo munyina no antentam afedie wosan de asem ne kwada oman court kunini oman court ka obi nka bi Supreme Court se and someone asa aye atemu a court of appeal ne de man no Supreme Court ne ntrase no won san enhwemu bieu ekotu Ghana memo mra na ye de ye adwuma no article 94 ne feto so mienu na wo mo enyina so ne onchiechemu yema na so de akwakopie mu ane se abadwafo enso o motena asane so ewo Supreme Court no emunum se de bi ntimi enhwe na asem bieu emu mienu pe na anto anko eti awonam so mo no mo do so ntenum na asem no eno na eye adwuma se na asem wo de kwada Supreme Court se wo mo nsan nya de friend say review ewo appeal court na asem ni mu no eno wo mo abo egu
Yademu kwa Ghana mrashebe jofie so amane efiri oba enu enumre eni se ononyanfo Dr. Atufosin ono eye mrashebe dwenema adwumaku enyan esien abato mpeso so ewo NDC amanyuko ni dim na wono so we ranking member finance committee ewo mrashebe jofie ema NDC amanyuko kru ya na nse wade subu akwa aduka kaka bi beto abontin se ye Ghana yawu 22.2 billion ena eye aban bank meche Bank of Ghana etwesika mono fofo da ba beguma wan famra kwa so asembe de adwape eno ni nyamfo adwonkuma ono so deputy minister for finance so sai mrashebe dwani medwo so adehye no say home Dr. Atufosin na de onkwa na pa ban mu aba enti ntra kese ntra patar ena wutwa Bank of Ghana ntwa sika bia mfangumu otom 22 billion sen wo twade agu ka be mu dia akwa chama hwan inja Atufosin ja kan ye nyati Atufosin sehwe amanga adwamedwen nya de woka kwa na mitie wodwonkuma unimi de wosika sam kwasa wofom me ka mu atiase prince ye NDC amnyuko amye ranking member on finance no yesusu dia say Bank of Ghana etwa 22 billion aye kwan bonne so enomafa ede atwa Ghana sikam yentie se do tikanensem.
The Bank of Ghana press release dated July 26, 2022, which sought to respond to my statement calling out the Bank of Ghana for engaging in illegality in terms of printing money. It must be emphasized that right from the onset now, that, and for the avoidance of doubt, that the NDC caucus in Parliament stand firmly by the original position that the central bank has printed 22 billion Ghana cedis. It is regrettable to observe that the Bank of Ghana in its response merely resorted to an unambiguous position where they failed to condemn the fact that they have not printed money. The central bank only tried to use words and technicality and to hide from the fact that they have not printed money.
Eniba mutini ye Dr. Atufose oyamrahye adwani ma adwumako enyan esiam no wie no ka kire Dwonkuma se ewiase obi ni obi kire Dwonkuma ngasa no onim de woka asema woka onim na eba sa sikasam print na Dwonkuma nim de ohun na ofom ohun so so afọ be de twa sikasam so we nya kwansi asem ne eka no enji wo ma nim de no ompa bi nka on nemra level na we nya se wo je akini a woni mu hwe no sei ena eno nso Dr. Atufose etomane Dwonkuma.
If this is his understanding of economics, then he has no business at the Ministry of Finance, because he doesn't know that when the central bank gives money to government, it's printing of money. He has no business at the Ministry of Finance. You see, central bank is not a deposit-taking institution. I know he's a lawyer, and I urge him not to dabble into things that he has very limited knowledge on. I don't speak law because I'm not a lawyer. Even though I'm a lawmaker, I cannot pretend to be a lawyer. And he should not pretend to know things he has very little knowledge on. So please, if you need tutorials, he should join the NDC, we'll teach him. We'll teach him on that. The central bank has printed 22 billion cedis, period. So please, we demand answers from the Bank of Ghana.
Me to me amrahye adwani a me hyemra na nso menya lawyer. Timi nkoye se me lawyer. Dwonkuma minim se o ye lawyer. Na nso eba eya sikasam toto ya uni hu ni media sa. Enti sa wo pese osu abran yan ndisi fo ye be kire ene ese akwa be jodo se sana wo mu dado na o deputy minister na sikaje goina wo enti man kire go gira fichi na be kire eno ya obi adwen kire a wo de e bae. Enti Dr. Atufose na oka ede che Dwonkuma no. See what you need.
I was your former Daruma baby, you have a son yet on Gran Enche, ever say it to us.
The Abuka Chef Freddy's Corner Home Appliances or the Abba Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Center. Home appliances are a ye papa bia, a biwo brands Bain, Media, Samsung, Kaiware, TCL, TV, air conditioner, freezers, fridges, water dispensers, and Nidia Kekeka home. Nia ubenya good warranty dear. Of Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Ukokumimli.
CCTV a Boama monitor of properties, any business at anywhere in the world.
CCTV and need a what detector, clear pictures, Wi-Fi connector. Ultimate connector my phone. I monitor baby a wo wiasibia.
Freddy's Corner Home Appliances Abeka Freddy's Corner a Joshua Hodwa or Tom phones and a home accessories no.
For 0544 959195 and 020 7937323 and now so Brako Komemle City Light in Chehwa. Na ya can discount any achadia ubetiasi.
Freddy's Corner,
home of authentic home appliances, phones, and its accessories.
So wakoma ho hyehyɛ and na ebo periperi de broni kan hardware no a e de na se woye na se woyam so atim so
wo be pack na farmer Martin's liver salt tira kwai entem ahwie nsu agu glass mo ate Martin's liver salt no ba kwa no na wo de agum
wo be hu se ehuru wa glass ni mu na wanom Martin's liver salt ye won orange flavor and ba ko so ye plain
wonu mu a ho beto na mum edi na nu na ho nto wo a ko hu doctor.
Amen.
Yenim some busase ni je asene saying.
Asia ne se what the army Nigerian sani ani our herbal ayaresam bio na nkunimdie adasidie na asia ani abasobode nko a. Se wan so wo hwe apondim ahotwa wode abra manfo efiri yenti so ekosi ya na asie. Ehina yade sha ami hu ensaw yade. Wode ne nro ne abefo efidie echi yade no kunu one time.
Amin e the herbal modern was signed the naturopathy and homeopathy kind ekuye nyarewa.
Say suku fofra amano ne besua ekwania yade herbal say yade e wo army.
We nyina enti e na yade anigye frefrem say sanye paawo yare bi hyehyɛ ho ana yare bi abagye akonya wo nipadua mu a Allah shafi onyame ne yaresafo inshallah enyame adom a ayaresa beba.
Army wodome wo be old snake flat
ultra modern branch wa Klagon Tama Road free 020-722-9505 and 0245-275254. Amen Scientific Herbal Hospital.
Tune it in, turn it up,
Peace FM,
and rip off the knob.
Yabusia Yamama Kwaba Yede Kasiabone Kwamanone. Yakwa China Memo COVID Tete Wamopa COVID-19 Baye Kura Yedi Kati ye near Humbie a Wuhan. Ya a watch China Mino MVV FM. Na Omutibi Kun ye 2 wasie Emma Hoto Bay no Mania Beto Jabioni say. Wuhan wamu wo kuro bi anase mansiri bi ehya hɔ no a enipa bɛsɛ ɔpepem baako 1 million ene gusa kuro duane mu ɛwɔ Wuhan mantam ne mu no ɛwɔ nso ma hu sɛ yade no aka nipa mienu na nipa mienu no ɔmo nasa nkyɛni bi adi wana mo gyengyere dendenden yade bi anyane ne tinya ne ya wɔ wa hwenye no na nso mo so ne mo gya hwɛ no na yade no ebi ɛhyɛ wɔ mo ɛna ɔmo si eyi ɛna ɔmo ani abre ɛsɛsɛ do ɔmo hyɛ sɛ ne fo amiensa obi anhyɛ dem wɔ ya wo kɔ sukuo wo kɔ asɔre wo kwa adwuma obabia utu kwan yo wo besan gisa wo hyɛ dem na nsa ɛni ti amanfo ani abre pa wo mo si sese China ani abre nti wo na mabonti ne ehia okra wa wo pani etimi twu mogya ahwɛ sɛ ebi a COVID ne ebi ɛwɔ wo mu ana China no ono ne hyehyɛ ɔde yɛ adwuma ne sɛ wo pɛsɛ yade no otu asie kra nyɛ sɛ bia wo dwodwoa no anase wo bra na se eti sɛ onyo hu sɛ wo bia ya to punu mo dendidi twede tu safo akonya de a ye gya wo wanya kwa akosra obi no obi aba wo nkyɛn na ade ade no akwa akosa no wo mo de san hyehyɛ ne ye adwuma dendenden eti anam so mo mutimi akotia yade no ɛna so ha no na ɛhyɛ ase no asan apagya ne mu biewu no
we arishima ma ha na briba me yakwan ade anopa no si aka sebo ayebo anu ni nyina asi yɛna moti ye ne kaseburu me ye me ahofadua akyenkwa na menum bremu wodi ahenkan kwa me yeboa ɛna afei
adwoa yeboa agye
na poso hima na ye ka mo say a First Atlantic Bank refreshingly different so so me be so ma agire mehu enti ena eboa ye na sikase mu nyansasem de ukọ First Atlantic a wonsabeka hey obitimi ko pebisia no the address ya fe ben ba so first camera no otimi ton tade ye gini chache kwan ne ton ne kan ne ton fie eleza abu asumasi ya le ne waka dem no na the woman ni say First Atlantic no so sika efa bank ya na say controller pe problem ni ho wo kokra asun the amount into ko na nyomantom ye amount this way chocolate drink dio here any so share e the Ghana so share e na ayo no kama pa to madaroma ensem na si ye home so aba ye ba
KWASI ABOAGYE onye yimu nukretrodo kamagine
Utie oha extra punk no needs FM.
Hey, catch it. Listen in here. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho ade no. Twem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya John to mami ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afi bia so beri ni waware ne a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Asew. Udan kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura de aka ho. Wo hade a wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Cratch up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear said this way chocolate drink, ya sorry, no pan on yenum. Ye bishop free gymnum no snack. Ye nya ho no ye de serve womo. Ye did really a pebibia bogu yad yasua. This way chocolate drink in yenum. And at this one, what's yanua? Has such a wom, cocoa wom, prick wom, bibia wom, I don't hear any so say.
This way chocolate drink.
You hear any so say.
FDA, I just said you didn't crack to more to say a ye.
Cool, fresh and trendy with a new look. Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Natural mineral water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha extra punk no needs FM.
adawuro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEAT 100.9 FM.
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie.
Ode Sampabo, Kasiabo, Kowaka Tamunsa, Amaya Se, Kwesi Abwaagye,
Onye Yimu, Nukretrodo, Kamadine Kamadine Bo,
Nitafe,
Mumayentie, Kwesi Abwaagye 100.9.
Kwesi Bonkwe.
Minister projected total expenditure of 137 billion 529 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, immediately after the presentation of the budget, the minister announced to the nation that as part of the measures to contain the economic crisis, the government had decided to cut its expenditure by 20%. Mr. Speaker, the total expenditure was 137 billion. If you reduce it by 20%, it should have been 110 billion. Today, the minister has reported to us that the cut was just 1.3%. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure in his presentation has reduced from 137 billion to just 135, indicating 1.3% cut. Why is it that you promise Ghanaians 20% cut and then you do 1.3 and you expect us to trust you as good managers of our economy, credible enough to manage the resources of the state? Mr. Speaker, why do you engage in this kind of political chicanery, attempt to deceive Ghanaians into thinking that you are cutting total expenditure by 20%? Meanwhile, you yourself have reported to us that you are doing just 1.3%. Mr. Speaker, the next important point is that in the main budget, the total deficit was 37 billion. 37 billion. Mr. Speaker, some of us believe that was the reason why the ministry decided to go to Bank of Ghana to borrow 22 billion to finance the deficit. And today, after borrowing 22 billion, you have come to the House to report to us that the deficit did not decrease, but has increased to almost 39 billion. Mr. Speaker, where is the 22 billion that you borrowed? Where is the 22 billion? You had a debt of 37. You borrowed 22 billion. And now you are reporting that your debt has increased to 39 billion. What kind of mathematics is this? And Mr. Speaker, another important point is this. We are told that interest payment has been revised upwards from 37 billion to 41 billion. Mr. Speaker, when you add interest payment to amortization, it means that interest payment and amortization, we are doing 48 billion. And total revenue has been revised downwards to 96 billion. What the minister is reporting to this house is that we are using 50% of our total revenue to service our debts. So how are we going to pay government workers? The minister is reporting by his statement that until Ghana borrows, we cannot pay our workers. Until Ghana borrows, We cannot even pay statutory fund. And that is the reality. That is exactly what is happening in our economy. And Mr. Speaker, what they say is that, oh, it is because of COVID. As if COVID in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, they also say that, oh, it's due to the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, COVID did not skip all the countries around us and affected Ghana alone. It affected all the countries in the world. It's a pandemic. But Mr. Speaker, look at the inflation rate in countries around us. This, I'm taking this from trading.com, tradingeconomics.com. Mr. Speaker, this is a publication of the rate of inflation in all the African countries. And I want to concentrate in those within the neighborhood with us. Mr. Speaker, Gabon is doing 2.9%. Benin, 2%. Chad, 3.5%. Tanzania, 4.4%. Eritrea, 4.5%. Cameroon, 4.61%. Niger, 4.89%. Ivory Coast, 5.4%. Liberia, 5.44%. Togo, 6.8%. Uganda, 6.8%. Ghana, 29.8%.
Akasma be you know watching on Swampo and pay Neyawo July 28, 2022. Good morning once again and thank you very much for tuning in. Honorable Ekopokuna te se Wakasano Emrashebe Jim and come on FIA Media Budget Review. Ana pensi ye biom ye sinkonya ye toa ye komodie no so ya hwe ye nsem nia ekoso o man Ghana ye frɛ me KWASI ABOAGYE me nam di dwedi ho chiame kwabena mafo so kame ho walking kind of bon krata no dia man fi coffee no pay Yeah. The bon kratano enimu se mena Yahweh kwabna enhyase man ni kwabna front pages of the newspapers.
Abusuafo Dobakata me de sase amamu akwaba. Eye Dobakata telegraphic ya. Na public account committee na tena ase en wo mu bu akonta adiafo ma yesikasam sade o masi atoto no ho. Na nipa watena hei eye Dr. John Oforitin Kran wanda ye penimpa wada senate ya no. Wose na penda no ade bia ya wata ase no. And was an space no nonso and one watase and Ignatius Bafwa watanan in Taiwan Minister for Employment and Labor Relations one knows what to wa Public Account Committee as sitram ni ebisa wonum sam what say Senate for ya dear Sawusan some idea na sisa ketua humam a titru pa pensioners noa Oma to me save ayi 21,000 Adia free wamu enkratemu na sika tumi save ni mayan aya 312.27 million Ghana cedis ya enkasa sika nyina ya tuagu kwa atesade ya de kanten na ekonsuo basnet fo adawroma wamu tumi ya ni daho ama 312.27 million Ghana cedis de wamu save adaho a ehome ya da oman no kofasimu Emra sabajafo kwa asetena na yamanimu sam dada se emra sabajani a wajina ma adese a wasuame ono nso na ya majority leader osan ya minister parliamentary affairs ya emra sabajafie na wadi ninkwi papa ko nimpesi aso ɛna mmeranteɛ ne mmabaawa trɛ sɛ awe wobɛtena akonnwa so mfie bebrebe yi yɛakwan nyinaa sɛe mpuntuo bi ankɔ so wɔ ha enti yɛbɛtwa wo nsuo ɛte sɛ ka ne tete wokɔ sukuu a ne yɛto nnwom bi yɛbɛtwa wo nsuo ae obi di ne birthday kora yɛtumi twa ne nsuo wɔne onyamfoɔ sɛ tɛmɛ nsa bɔ nsuo wɔn twa ne nsuo ma ne hunu sɛ yes mmeranteɛ n'ani abere enti wɔde mirika ba parliament me ne wo ka sɛ wɔn agye atom ɛyɛ bosia sika yɛ a yɛde kɔ akɔyɛ soameakwan interchange ɛna brɛgye akɛseɛ mmiɛnsa ɛwɔ ne mpɛsua no so wɔ hɔnom a ɛde anigye abɛhyɛ adese a ɛwɔ soame akoma mu levy ejebo so far so good sika a yɛtumi yɛnya abosome mmienu levy mu ɛyɛ 93.7 million Ghana cedis yɛ target yɛ no mom deɛ yɛntumi anu ho ɛnka yɛ target bɛyɛ sɛ 611 million Ghana cedis but yɛntumi anduru ho koraa 100 koraa yɛntumi anduru mpo ɛna akɔ 200 300 400 500 ɛde akɔduru 600 yɛnya 93.7 million Ghana cedis nanso bɛyifoɔ ba na n'ani nso adeɛ kakra yɛ a yɛnya yi mpo yɛda mpanimfoɔ ase mo ayɛ adeɛ ɛnɛ mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ bɛtena ase maame Saratu Asafo yɛ dɔme kwabenya mmarahyɛbadwani me kora sɛ metaa n'akyi chance wɔ baa kɔkɔ a wɔsan yɛ mmarahyɛbadwani deɛ ɛni kwan sɛ nkoa mu de wɔ mu nsa ka no adeɛ na awerɛtɔ wɔ Awurade nsɛm munya ma Awurade wɔ no abɛko no ko nanso mmarahyɛbadwafie deɛ wɔko no yɛ mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ ko ɛnna yi wɔn bɛtena asiesie gyinaeɛ sɛ ɛberɛ committee no kwatena aseɛ no recommendations a wɔn de baayɛ nie enipa dodoɔ no akyerɛ sɛ maame Saratu Asafo akonnwa no yɛnwɛn mfiri n'ase enti wɔn declare akonnwa no sɛ ɛyɛ vacant obiara nte so enti electoral commission boaboa wo ho a na kɔto aba wɔ hɔ sɛdeɛ ɛbɛyɛ a adesi a wɔdɔme kwabenya wɔn bɛnya mmarahyɛbadwani yɛ a wɔbɛ represent wɔn wɔ parliament na sɛn na asɛm no bɛkɔ ɛnkwasi anwummerɛ yi deɛ na yɛhu maame Saratu Asafo feti sɛ ɔda so yɛ mmarahyɛbadwani anaasɛ yɛbɛfrɛ ne sɛ former member of parliament ɛwɔ dɔme kwabenya time will tell. Na Ghana mmeranteɛ no a wɔn kɔtu Amerika yɛ a wɔn akɔgye anuonyam bebree ɛde abrɛ yɛn no Joseph Oduromenu wɔno ɛna wɔdi second wɔ ha yi mmeranteɛ no yɛ adeɛ paa wɔn tu Amerika ma ne yɛ akɔnɔ ɛyɛ deɛ wei 400 meters ni bi no a wei sɛ ase a no wɔde akɔma wei nso yɛ a no wɔde akɔma wei no Benjamin Azamati Asiana Safo Enchi Joseph Paul Amua saa nkɔfoɔ yi ɛna World Athletics Championship ɛkɔ so ɛwɔ Wollongong wɔn ayɛ adeɛ paa na wɔn akɔhyɛ Ghana anuonyam ɛwɔ Wollongong a obiara ɛbɔ wɔn mu aba so sɛ mmeranteɛ yi ahyɛ Ghana anuonyam kɛseɛ na the chronic de bɔ krataa no anim ha wɔde anuonyamfoɔ sɛ tɛmɛ nsa bɔ nsumfoni abɛtoa wɔfira kente ɛne ama no nananom akɔnya no bi no wɔte soɔ na watora ne nkyɛn sɛ kokromoti power sɛ saa kokromoti power so obiara de yɛ adwuma ɛmu obiara tesi ne mmarahyɛbadwani te sɛ deɛ ade sɛ ɛwɔ soameyɛ yi a ka bɛma mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ n'ani ada hɔ wɔnonyamfoɔ sɛ tɛmɛ nsa bɔ nsu wɔkyɛ sɛ ne mpɛso asɔfoɔ ne trɛ ne sɛ yes wɔn ani abere ɛma wɔte mmirika ne ahopopoɔ etu Amerika kɔ parliament a entempa wɔn akɔgye bosia no atum 135 million euros yi sign no a yasense mu na ye euros 135 million euros a yɛkɔ akɔgye bosia yɛde ba bɛyɛ interchange a ɛwɔ ne mpɛsua soɔ bridge ɛwɔ hɔ akwan ɛwɔ hɔ yɛkɔ akɔyɛ ne nyinaa sɛdeɛ bɛyɛ next time oduru wɔn mu a wɔn bɛbɔ no wɔ se na mu ntwa ne nsuo mampani na adeda nkɔ akufo ado ɛna wɔn ma nkɔfoɔ bi aba sobɔdeɛ wɔ ha wɔn graduate na nsɛn wɔn akɔ polisi wɔn akɔ soja wɔn akɔ navy wɔn akɔ gye saa nteteɛ na ebinom awie enti wɔn pass it out na no na mampani kyɛ sɛ wɔayɛ krado sɛ amnesty enipa bi a deserve obiara no ɔde saa amnesty no ɛde bɛma saa nkɔfoɔ no a wɔne mmeranteɛ bi exchange presentries ɛwɔ democrat anim ha wɔte man ɛyɛ adehye a wɔn free wɔte wɔnom kyɛ bi ne mpɔtam baabi a wɔsaagyefo amoatio for penny wɔdi hene no ɛne wɔn bu afuo yi wɔn sɛ so wɔn nsa ka wɔwura penny a wɔda Kwanza state ano a Kofi Anɔte so wɔn nsa ka ne sɛ kim ate a wɔn de bɛyɛ no paa no Kofi Anɔte ne wura bɛho ne ho sɛ ada yi a Kofi Anɔte agu wɔte hene anim ase ɛna asase a wɔn watɔ wɔte hene pɛ sɛ wɔyi so mampani tumi na wɔde gye firi ne nsam ɛna wɔwura Kofi Anɔte sikasɛm bi kura asɛ so wɔkatakata so no waka ne nyinaa to abɔnten saa enti wɔgu wɔte hene ho fi enti sɛ musuo mmɔ no no wɔn nsa nka wɔwura Kofi Anɔte a wɔda Kwanza state ano so wɔn nsa ka no paa papa ne ho bɛfi sɛ na 2022 Commonwealth Games ya ɛkɔ no ɛnɛ wɔn saseɛ ɛwɔ Birmingham na wɔn saseɛ wɔ Birmingham yi nkɔfoɔ akɔpiem wɔ hɔnom paa nneɛma a wɔn bɛsi mu akan ne bie yɛ aquatic diving aquatic swimming ɛna pala swimming athletics and para athletics badminton basketball cricket cycling wɔn bɛyɛ ne nyinaa gymnastic hockey ɛna ludo lawumbo paralobos netball para powerlifting and rugby saa nneɛma yi ɛna nkɔfoɔ kɔsi ho aka akɔgye ho abasobɔdeɛ na wɔn de aba na democrat ayɛ frɛ ne sɛ daily guide anim wɔde awura atresi buaten mfoni abɛtoa ɛna wɔde abranteɛ bi ayɛ frɛ ne sɛ Frank Bedunti amoa wɔn nso mfoni abɛtoa enti saa papa no bebrebe yi enti saa papa no wɔnie ɛna yɛde wo so bua nkɔfoɔ bua ɛni patrim wɔde ne mfoni abɛtoa tresi buate ɛna yɛatra aseɛ sɛ wɔn yɛ love bed yo wɔwura no nso no ho afɛ wɔgya na bɔdwe sɛ kama na nneɛma soso na foro nso atotɔ tresi buate nso ho ayɛ fɛ paa wɔn ba bɛware na wɔde ne kunu ne tɛɛ wɔde ne tɛɛ papa no na ayɛ drama papa no na ayɛ drama papa no asomasi wɔbɛnten na yɛtɔbɔ nkɔfoɔ at long last the papa no has ended papa no wɔnie ɛna wɔde ne mfoni abɛto democrat anim yɛso wɔyɛ wɔbi a wɔte Germany wɔne Tracy Buate wɔn ɛba bɛware afei mmarahyɛbadwani a no wɔgyina ma adesi a ɛwɔ asen north James Jati Kwesi nkane deɛ no estela a wɔgu so a wɔbatiri wɔ Supreme Court wɔwura yi deɛ nyame si yɛnka nokorɛ wɔabrɛ pa mmarahyɛbadwa no koraa obi anka afono no wɔpɛ ne baabi atena but still ogu so a wɔbatiri na wakɔ akɔpiem ɛwɔ Supreme Court sɛ Supreme Court foɔ enka bi ma no mmarahyɛbadwafoɔ akɔtena ase agye atum ononyamfoɔ sɛ temensa bonsu na minister pa wɔno na wɔ parliament yɛagye bosia yɛ akwan a ne deɛ bɛɛdɛ ne yɛnyɛ enti wɔno nso yɛagye atum interchanges miɛnsa yɛkɔyɛ bridge yɛkɔyɛ akwan yɛkɔ akɔyi ne mpɛsua so akwan nyinaa ma no ada so sɛ kyɛnsɛm ɛde ama wɔ mu abɛɛ akɔgye bosia bɔ Association of Ghana bosia bɔ na wɔkɔ akɔgye no ɛyɛ $1.3 billion bosia yɛkɔ akɔgye no adaya yɛde ba bɛbɔ koko akuafoɔ bosia koko loan na saa koko loan no yɛde brɛ koko akuafoɔ ne aka kyerɛ wɔ mu sɛ monye saa bosia yɛ na munnia koko no bebree abrɔfo mu nso munim sɛ yɛ koko ya pɛ ɛna mudi yɛ mu bibia nti mu ma yɛ bosia yɛkɔ akɔgye bosia $1.3 billion ɛne yɛkɔ akɔgye de asan bɛka yɛ ka ho nti wei ɛyɛ koko deɛ Kumase and woman tell say a police officer be and one level 400 student be a one also work in UST and a person in your brand take a boom and woman called Baba you be gala. Then I'm so born gala no we book a cry. Now our friend say one so bad to us no so akwa gala ni bi one so bad to us santi sa person no woman intended say ade course one dey entwa ye kura
Kamara no pay say your boy ni kakra dia metie for nsem a emrahye bedwani a ogina hono ma esunafo Honorable Eric Opoku na ode tu dwabra wo mudi nkomo afa media budget review no anope yenkwe na yenji nchichemu no bi emfa nka ho Honorable Eric Opoku ye emrahye bedwani ogina ma esunafo south Osansi a ranking member food and agriculture ye emrahye bedwani Honorable ye dasi mu akwa baba ni TFM so anope
Majos media
Ampo mu tisende
ya mi adaroma
ya dasi papa anope de ya bawo na so na ni nyina gina media budget review nsem no bia de tu dwatichi senia usi hu no profokase ba no pay pese etie for tiase senia usi hu no ene ne esese Ghana for TV
yo deri ka madam ase
si
na machia machifo nyina so
ifo joso
na sanne na abanswapo a edi ka temso yiwa kano for yata ode omango ikasem amane ebe boye na esomo de betu ya nimno yibo bubu no na ya no se etinto bebre ni ewu afis so ye mai na ko gina be bia dise nyame obem nyesa ebi anu ma ko no enye papa ebi ne se kuya ebra ye budget bi e no ono ake de porata ai friends ai kwafo nyina ana ode tu mo nim se o mani di kasem no enyina yie ye sanita no e futai ye revenue nti ade buti aja ma buti amon ti ho no ye timi ntua nti bagade nyoma bi ku akwa so a be ma sabi no twa aba ko se government expenditure no ombeto ika ba de bi ho afi 2022 mo no ombeto so by 20%. Now my expenditure above from revenue no so at the abeja kaka. And I Ghana for so okatibia and pa do trend kata at the mema aseni na MMBS no. The government budget expenditure no by 20%. It will be also just the expenditure no na any 20% no any ajuma. What the media review by expenditure now, or the better you know. 20% cut in the of credit. They will occasional by 1.3%.
Oh.
And the question is that who is leader? Who go my also find my dear GDO will then who is the ano? They never bought a man for now. Catch a man was there. Not so 20%. Na okoti so 1.3%. Na ma man for me GBA no free wo. Afei ye budget no. Na expenditure no e bro revenue no so by 37 billion. It is a buy so we are expenditure ni nyina. This go nyabofia 37 billion Ghana cedis. Asan we are expenditure ni nyina. Ana aban ko Bank of Ghana. According 22 billion because deficit no so it will be financing deficit no. Until they cut 37 billion. Now according 22 billion from Bank of Ghana. Okay, now deficit now no. That's okay. But about media no deficit now could do 39 billion. And I hear it say, and you're not 22 billion now according to Bank of Ghana no. And also,
but before I go in, we saw 22 billion in who and come Senior see can or kwaji because ye said bra obey media budget review ni you know. More ranking at the year on the finance committee. Dr. Casey Latu Forsen at the 2 so Bank of Ghana kwako printisi kebi. Bank of Ghana ekyire no enso di nchechemu by say there be nyesa na tie wɔn printi sika by net claims ni ɛka ho ɛne ni awo kan pacho chechemu yi kakrama ho no
on say Bank of Ghana no onye deposit ɛna waka say mejeje amount of deposit ɛna deposit mi di bi bɔbɔ sia majawadi ase
yeah
Bank of Ghana give deposit at any point in time Bank of Ghana ebe first sika edi amabia no the major source they say other prediction so Africa edi net claims no nya 22 billion na if you about the Ghana aban bia ni wa obedi Ghana konya within 1 year what 22 billion every Bank of Ghana apart from some prediction.
But in fact you Omuchirem no brofu a waka hanum say first there's an amount of 1.6 billion which reflect GOG stocks and bonds sold by commercial banks to Bank of Ghana under repurchase agreement. Say omuton bonds be my commercial banks. But you are saying say omu printisika what chirechim kwan sa 22 billion in buy.
And I make sure say Bank of Ghana omu jupa omu yeke that year what trade now. So here, budget one. The whole of the year. Once I buy the issue, any other additional, I can't for. But wait here, outside the budget, and one 22 billion, every Bank of Ghana. Now, I mean, Bank of Ghana, me cry here. Not that the American say, yeah, well, deficit of 37 billion. You are quoting 22 billion at the Bank of Ghana to finance the budget. Yeah, the budget just 6 months. You are reporting to Parliament to say, your deficit now, 37 now. You are quoting 22 billion. I bet you know. As I jump to 39. I'm not the government.
Yeah, Matthias here.
Member government, no. So what is 22 billion in Bambudia? If you consider deficit, no, it's not cost you. But I can't pay you. But me, that crowd got that one man. You know, maybe I just say, no, and your papa. Finance committee and the reporter Bray and say, Ghana, a car, dear, no. Say, I'm here, 2025. Ghana, see, why you bet you, anybody, the best one was your piano. You bet you $25 billion. Good day.
Me too, pa.
2025, no. Yet I idea. The best to say in Pia, any will be one. Finance committee in a report signed by chairman for Kukwati and people of Boazano was sick. You bet you $25 billion. And the report must say, now buying first, see the grand here, baby, you bet you get Pia Academy. Second funder. President Mahama year in 2015, they first 10 years the Munka crack and a Yakaswa in the piano. Did them. If the committee no recommended her, a buying some person came from you to hobby. Nay, did ya? You first get in a crank 2025 now. A Canberra Catan, yet Metia. They say, yet come to the you know. The woman, if you are seeing a young Amaya, Omoka for the no. Yashamu, Picasso, Omuntia, Ghana Thompson too. Now, one almost a from the day, and you pay any Russia to Pana. Also, the day, and your COVID, and I Ghana, sir. Then your COVID, any Ukraine to Pana, and Kagana here. Ukraine now, bomb no to go. I'm only say, you know, woman in Tiamocano, Ukraine to 8.
Need you, pa, honorable.
O my declare piano. You can't now bomb to how we will know. 1.28. Ghana no bomb living to her. Then the possibility. It is a piano. Will be our Ghana Busia piano. Was one of the Busia Maya. Yes, Vintia. It's the interest rate at your piano. I have Mama, woman example. Emra. Now you hear lower and a now more can once anymore. I loan 1.3 billion. On that, Pokemon for just about here the cocoa.
Yeah.
Last year, Pokemon edged 1.5 billion. 1.5 billion last year. Last year, air cost for borrowing interest a bit here in Anna it's $23 million. And 1.5 billion. It's $23 million. Air cost for borrowing. What's the other borrow Kenya? This year, you do 1.3 billion. 1.3 billion. Cost of borrowing is 42 million Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
Last year, now 1.5 billion. You see 23 million. And your cost of borrowing. What's the other home to home? A car you want to now 23 million. This year, you do 1.3 billion, less than 1.5 billion last year. But cost of borrowing, I jumped to 42 million.
I didn't know about it.
Because if you are saying that you have to go to Ghana, the risk say you want your PS cano, as soon. Oh my boss, I have your piano, as soon. How said, Loba could be where any man, Parliament is rejecting. I like to say, may I be right? Or the side of the piano. Now, $250 million. You are my piano say, insurance and poor watching. Hey, 40 million. Insurance. It is a when insurance 40 million, Ghana the only money if you are not in. Don't forget, that year 20, any downgrade I had done previously. They say the national capital market Ghana is going to issue Euro bond to you. It is better you know. I have some borrow no. Yapim. After December 2021. Oto Ghana na kita obenyano with the more 83.5% about Kutiaka. But okay, amaya eto ya wonsia na. Omo de data double. Omo de GDP after December 2021 no. 64%. Burkina Faso 44.3%. La Côte d'Ivoire 47%. Ghana is doing 83.5%. So COVID, and Ukraine war, and I'm a good professor. Why is those countries affected? Now young so we have inflation. All the countries in Africa almost the same. And in fact, we're running 5.something%, 6%, 7%, nearly at the Ghana, 29.8%. And it clearly, they had the cost of COVID in yeah, the concern Ukraine war now, and yeah, you say, your bomb and your consumption. Abaya Jibutia, 1 5 year capital investment, and put to Juma and no other thing at Tiabosiano Hoka. Never me at Tiabosiano, and the consumption. That will be a wasn't fear. Because media review, no. We are. You see why you're trying to feel. They say Apaja could do 48 billion Ghana cedis. And your interest and amortization 48 billion. Total revenue, you revise it downward to 96 billion. If you want to do is say you took a budget Ghana in total revenue has everything. The gold, the oil, the second summer, you remove 50%. You could try about your home. This year.
I see.
It's only 50%. You could try about your home. 50% that can. It means you have a worker. It means you have sufficient payment. And so you have problems. This is a side of Bopia near the Atua and your worker. This is a side of Bopia and you get your common fund. You get your health insurance. You cannot offer the common media. That is why health insurance is not empty finances and your terminal. And so you have a problem. You have a problem. And I hear country, they are confident, they are Ukraine. And so all other countries in the world are experiencing the same thing. But I hear silence here. Because Minister Mankasa Finance Minister, Waka, will say, the biggest challenge of Ghana is that your import bill is too huge. You can't be to the extent that Ghana spending $2 billion at the credit ever Ghana any baby. Because you can produce enough food ever feed the Ghanaians. Regardless of the fact that when you buy a chair, I say, I have the come on, you will see a baby. And the minute America said, I was said, you share the agricultural policies me so that we can produce enough at your CD, Yamaya, and I make that say, agricultural policies, I feel it. Can you imagine that?
Planting for food and jobs near Kanwe.
The planting for food and jobs, and we move that. Planting for food and jobs. The people thing now, they are strong. I say, I buy that subsidized fertilizer. Obey fertilizer, baby. Now you have I'm a quite near to. In fact, if you have one also the most peasant farmers. If you have a dear Diana, or more energy, and you're my compound. But the commercial farmers and Kahubi. Now, the laws are about to 50%. I buy a withdrawal subsidies, I buy 15%. Now, can you 85%? So, subsidy benefit 50%, no subsidy benefit also. So, I'm not true. But I'm targeting a rice. They produce rice, they are cutting your import. Rice import, a balloon. It is a budget for food, I am successful. And the very reflected our importation of rice quantity now, the import on because the Yadu don't see the very important. They say a cost. They say poultry, poultry products, and coconut, a crab, yeah, they are packet, no, and no, and a cost of power because Ghana poultry industry, no, I could not say. In fact, about a baby, I could not say seriously. When you have one single program, how that sector, poultry sector, or the Pajam, am I yet to produce more? Not even one. We said, I could have to say, even if a broker tech, the Benyadiama, poultry farmers, Ama, and Kukone Bianeno, now you have been Ghana, and also this are important. It's here important. Look at the same rate. None of Bonaya Kakraka, almost people, and look at home, and I'm up to Piabo in Yakoso, and then Daniel Manimani. Many so cutting in our boma. Young mind not in now, why you must understand that maybe the Jobosian editor and forecast. Now, Jobosian, the Biacotia Bosnia who is born or minor our problem. It is hard to say a cat on Parliament. Yeah, now you're checked down because the air can say you could do 1 billion bar at the rate Bedrano. Now, 1 billion of that at the rate the message review. So, at the rate message review. Yeah, commander sugar factory. Next year, to me, the dream you are ready and producing a history. If you didn't see her, and I am spending close to $400 billion every year. Every import a history. I wish yours as a nation. Yeah, a huge factory. I want them to. It's in ready. I bet I have cocoa bottom to Ghana. Yeah, Jenny William and Amphibia. You're spending $125 million, and you're the crack, bottom, and free India and other countries. And I wish yours as a country. You want to be the home man. You're higher. On my you could be a man. Then be away to a problem. What's your problem, baby? The CIA, not only here, on the boy of my apartment, you're reason. And yes, he can. You this year, I'm an honest become. Some who say buy a mine as well. You know, I'm a farmer. Almost $9 billion. One more, I invested in dollars for her. And come on here. On those big a couple of years, one more withdraw money to Ghana. Let us complete the bottle. It's one more withdrawal. Am I a reserve of from 9 billion to 3 billion? It is the improvement 750 million loan. I'm on one. Baby, or money Ghana. And then the next 2 weeks to 3 weeks, yes, Kakana, patrolling the very new. And apartment, the Dimrica. Say, I have Ghana, say, and the approval loan. The approval loan that you can. No, about the figure I can, you mistake. Yes, I'm the not the one a door for 10. It's not true. You know, I have one by him. Almost can say, almost say parliament say 1 billion loan now. A day, you know, there are people in center, yes, I am, I know, that you jam in a day, and yet. Maybe let's accept the reality. Now, you know, you're man on 4 years. Now, I buy that. Obviously, about 4 years, 4 years. Then I buy that big year, I'm a Philippines new be up Bemoa. A Bema confidence about the National Committee major confidence. Oh, where would you trust no more?
Na science kakra media budget review just say nya dia hunu say yes ebetimi aye bibia wo.
Oh, na say we had the akwa nya dia alba dia betu free mo aba. And at the same time, you hunu at the fufu bia wo. Oh, you let be ya mo ka ho asem. Akaya. Ya argument. Actually, say you let me no more. Sorry ya, obaka say ya ta wo lo kuma say. Ya wo so aka. Yes, please try one. Kanyamunye emwa. If the winner you levy consists of 6.9 billion of crowd. Why you put down so swap? Who's in trade man for car? Who's in that bit? We can't come kaka. You want that figures are a member international committee who say, oh, money buy you. But I'm out for follow. Obiani in the airport. Obiani in the economy, no one any bit. Yeah. Finally. I hear you. I feel fire. What's your transfer? Uncle IMF net. Uncle Trana. On the Bayan or money or hair, you will cover her. I feel you also for IMF.
Honorable, side the way when you know, no some can say, and Yakuma Pumna Modica, propaganda, ni politics, among yourself, send your bear Musumba power, the account. Now, my quiet come for Bonia or Tikrumosi, Grunumo, and Tinyakuma Panaya Modicano.
Winner, sir, Yaya suggest your amount. Now, say Yakuma Pa, and yet your mouth for the I feel your Makuma 1 7 hours. Oh, your Makuma. You only say, I buy Pia. When he said, my member is up to the UK. David Cameron. Now, me with UK. And a UK 4 year president voting. Say, only free EU. And now, Prime Minister said, David, only the officer you free one in a year. If you enter you, and the Prime Minister no year campaign said, Obian for my answer you. I'm going to a man for fair. I'm going to pay you know. And the actually Prime Minister here from Council. I say, oh, make her say, the man for Monto say, you know, Yansen, they will be a Yansen Sakaka. And a Monto say, Yansen Mukra, like as a leader, no, and make me man for everybody. It will cost to provide leadership in my resign. I don't resign. So, my job is
yeah, me flow.
And the Ghana has, I didn't know what I said. On my Pangasian Ghana for any day. Me for Ghana call IMF build that. Me sitting fan call build that. Now the actually no also on call IMF. Now say I will resign pra. Want to apologize to Ghanaian. No my explanation says, oh, me kind. Now so say Finance Minister, it's Ghana for any of your resources. You will be there. The moment you have for no see a call IMF, you have hot net, you have hot tra. Have you actually make you 10? It would apologize to Ghanaian. Some Islam, me can say, na yana farm. You see, and then the mayor will say, it belongs to the people, and we respect the people. But the Kobasa, look at so the Vice President said, toast no quano. You don't think that you wrote the work on now. Was it in your class? Just told the road and get the money to fix the roads at the Samano. That was part of the 2016 election. You told them while winning, and I am Vice President. Was it told to say you feel the track? When you feel the year feel. Not those it's a crack. The money even 78 million at CBR. 78 million Ghana cedis. They are there in 2 billion. And a 1 million Ghana betting a 2.55 crack. That can be able to add the whole. I buy to them. I said you or Sanko for tools number view. Now why? I buy things and in the history of the world. For your 1 step forward. Now I say 1 step backward.
Sɛ mpanyin kasa sɛ ɛyi sɛ bi kwasi apɛ no nsesa na adwen o.
Good. So what is some agina? Oni kwa so and solid Ghanaians. Debi awo de oya no asan agene. Debi awo ya no asan agene. Debi awo ya no asan agene. Ono so be friend say.
Sankofa yenchi.
Yeah, sankofa yenchi. The nipa debi awo de sankofa sa no. Yeah, friend. Come. Eti yeah can say. Yes, you're part of a binary. Though in the minority, you are seeing say, yes, you're three binary so always. If they are buying the corner, you can't go ma. I was here, my mom said they are buying the corner, and yet, now when I young one, Ghana, yes, you say, you can't even tell one higher. I'm an example, be not also your analysis, my God. Togo, almost oil. And Russia, and Ukraine to go by. Ama oil boy. The Duke Togo force. Say, yeah, oil, yeah. Well, the boy and Dindo. The day is being talk. Your white train. Togo. Ghana also, yeah, oil producing country. Yes, what oil living. Your member, yes, your project say, dollar piano. You're going to $51. Ukraine, any Russia, no buy. The year of the blue $120 a barrel. I feel called 110 thereabouts. Next is Ghana. Your project is 51. How you put down 120, you can make it surplus. Another one. And then you're trying to producer surplus. It is a Togo, Burkina Faso, and other countries around us. I don't want to oil. Ukraine, any Russian Soprano, I'm an oil block for so. I'm my own one. Ghana and Kupa oil living. I am spending more cost on your country, Benjamin Takatiano. Yes, yes.
Sem. Monsieur, I said, my okay about Russia, Ukraine. I'm saying, no, embassy. Okay, all right, we.
Me say, so my own oil living. I will not there. Or tossing for it's in one cost and conform Eddie about cost of William fast one. Or Mohammed Sawa, Yenya, you told me. I have been. Say your quantity is not loss of percent or very near Nabra. Just yet told me. If you could go, hey, and the sister, why I put out there 100, 120. Almost one. Young serious. Why?
Sɛ yɛtu nso yɛn refine you anaa nyɛ no nso na ma ɛboɔ no ɔyɛ saa no anaa.
You see, the problem is mismanagement. Because the budget now is $61, no. The choir $100, you're not surplus. Huge surplus. That surplus, no. At the end, you're there, yeah. Everybody, you're going to go for. When you say, well, I can't want to. People now, I'm to be a honor. I'm on the end, for China. Why? So it's not a matter of Ukraine-Russia war. It's a matter of mismanagement. You're mismanaging the economy in the sense that, is coming to Tomana. It's a Tomana. When you say Ghana, since the Yako IMF in Ghana, the joining IMF from Chroma time, Yako IMF, because IMF Ghana in Ghana, Okaboma, around 2.2 billion. 2.2 billion. 17 times I call IMF now. I just see IMF on more. But I think I buy no call IMF now. Or say IMF are making when you can just only come out $2 billion. Why? IMF no economy. When you look for Prano, for no one was net $2 billion. And the President Mahama 2015, IMF now for him. Total car on the Ghana now was 918 million. 980 million. You have some money at once. You have the money in tranches. If you started 2015, 2016, you lose the coin. 2 years a car now, everything by how much is getting now. 980 million. And now fire MFA. Because of that, economy now messy up by Yahoo. You need immediate 2 billion. Maybe I'll come with the Siano. Now they said 2 billion, I can't want. Okay, don't forget. apart from what can I add, you know, a Japadia woman also, the Jacoset, the Mumma discuss, and the Anchatin Kayakano. One is a cocoa the car.
Yeah.
Yet the cocoa for $600 million. You feel the cocoa. You talk cocoa, no, you feel your cocoa. After cocoa production, last a year, what say, 1,045,000. After you have 683,000. A reduce to close to 40%. It has never happened in the history of Ghana that in a particular year, cocoa production did decline close to 40%. It has never happened. So cocoa influence a reduce.
I see.
This year, our first year, how do you see? What's your argument now? Cocoa bomb. What's your idea? And now 12 to 14 billion Ghana cedis. In fact, as I'm not, it was 14 billion Ghana cedis plus. I must say, I'm not Cocoa Board on Cocoa Board is India. It's the government of Ghana in taking over the debt. Can you imagine that? Cocoa Board, I want to grow. Cocoa Road, the amount for that, and one year we have 4 more. To the tune of 13 billion cedis. 13 billion. Budget of the buy and a few Obeyam 480 million. Not even up to 1 billion. And then Obeyam 480. Last year, Otiamu 400 million. Now, certificate to be a contract and I hear. At the Abbas Piano, I went to Piano. Ubetia interest on delayed payment. Interest on delayed payment. It is that interest by the end of next year. Interest is more than a best one time bill by 13.6 billion.
Now, send your situation media, not just 1.3 billion in cry, no chess, Kai Betia, Honocra, $42 million. Not just a Yadia, Wakumen Party, Kaunya, and Busian Wikrano, we should push forward.
No, Busian, I had the only photo for a few. They are Papa, Coco,
okay.
And also, and no, I be dominant here as my one aka affiliate. And no, I don't say almost president in our affiliate. It is about the approval amount one, and I don't get tired. There are no criminal, Ghana as a country, our first process. Not that in your change, you know. Syndicated law now, affiliate, you go to Coco. Ah, who come on the for? Oh, my God, Ghana. Say, you go to your car. If you are just here. May I tell you anyone to her, near the other worker? No.
Yeah, talk or na ask can coin.
The can be anything. The CIA best cocoa no personal. Talk about a corner and tell you. How many companies a better cocoa no? Acquire agreement. Uber saying, Nibu is $2,600 per pound. But you do the other $2,600. You see, over 200 tons. Okay, near young cat, I never 100 tons. The agreement is no made in an may the side agreement no, what could you say? You will compare, you have a companies of a thousand and cat money. It's the banks, no more about here. They have another cocoa, they are almost yet Panama. This year, a bunch of it collateralized 545,000 tons. It is 545,000 tons. You did your common companies at a price. A big cano, and a bank no de my it's one of the Maya. Now the Toko now. You took the corner and for me, the common companies now. You know me agreements, almost all Tiescano, me and Yadiama, young Crossman. Oh, my mind is cano. Now, some of the other agreements, you need the better cocoa non qua. You just yet a best cover the entire operations of Cocoa Board. And that is where I have a problem. Yeah, I went for a long time. And now about one time on Kwani, I get that syndicated facility. But I think that it's about time I want to get traffic. Now, as I said, if you Ghana internally, Cocoa Board is in generate this car. Over to the two of my worker. I just have to be on the budget was near the Tiamoka.
Honorable Ghana 40 will adhere to record. So, send you see Cano say that you are by Bemwa. Ube pushy forward for BBC say yenye.
You see, that is the problem we have as a nation. Say I say, yeah, the never found there. And at the end, you're pressing back. We want to be in government to do the right thing. You take the right decisions. Not in Chima and your home pass one. And we know that yes, indeed we are leaders. But the status quo, we are better than the we become managers and not leaders. We are providing leadership. They are doing the GBB there. What are we doing?
So NDC, you will who said BBC mobile sano.
You see, NDC policy saying now let me give you another example. Yesterday, I was reading the Auditor General's report for 2021. You see, when NDC was in power, they set aside 28.8 million Ghana cedis. So they started for farmers pension scheme. A second loan, you say, and just a year after the establishment of Cocoa no, Yanya pension scheme farmer Equiapo. Now, no, from 1985, basically, no, yes, me, no. When does it say, yes, no, he has set aside 28.8 million Ghana cedis. Your pension, nothing. But about what about 2 cents, now, prior to 2020 elections, or your lunch, one lunch, pension scheme, no. Consequently, Cocoa established a board of trustees, and that will lunch, no. Me and me Kobe, because here, board of trustees is what you see, I'm a and over here. But surprisingly, what is the general report? Since he come out, you're setting aside 2015, no, that's the kind of almost used to in the account to him. So, Auditor General at the Skybo account, a non-existent account, the new account, it was said, almost account, no time a day, this year. Now, you have a welfare fund. That welfare fund, no, there be this year, may have what a piafono, near my baby piafono, as it's a year, if you are not needy, you have a workshop, you have a so I entertain my mom, we have a fund. But for Cocoa, emergency, we are here, the cut our brow, the anyway, we are hot challenges, the 70 to our broad to get everything, any other, and other follow, and I support the Piafono. And also, I on charges that say, park council, to say, it was some park number. Activity funds, and you fall the beer you could be. So, the open mind now destroy buffers, economic buffers. I'm called economy now. Economy is not hungry. Because this year you're keeping the economic buffers now. You're building young now. You're destroying now. You need to be the hobby. You're the good fund. I forget the one you was there. You're getting company, be a friend of the company. I said the company, and he said, one a deca. You are the company again there. If you're a car, get from coming come God that you company there. Mother, now who was your friend in the office? What you was going to see about the Bosia, a Busian car, the Bosia, a Busiana car, the Bosia, everything was under your Bosia. Now, so I always get it. Then you do not want to 20 minutes of my job, but you're going out. And so let me realize that I'm a model and Koyi. But then I'm not kind. I agree with Nana. Or man, you're here, mine. When you go for near the year. Yes, so and so a comedy. Well, we are Ghana, you hear my
honorable.
Oh, you see, a man born in Ghana, it is just because populace no, almost 3%, almost buying, every year, give them in 3 months a year. We have a big problem on our hands. That the only of minor conferences here, Maza, and Yansan Kitwa, the World Bank, country director, it's me, Ghana, the catcher of bank said, be transparent with your people. Actually, I'm the name here, the name in ya. That's what I'm saying.
Honorable, did I say on a thing? I mean, shopper, no more. Says me jaw, me jaw, na etwaso enunti amemre miss me das papa honorable ekopoku mrashe bedwina ojinama is now for south member food and agriculture and cocoa affairs and oni edi nkomo no need 100.9 Ghana Montie adwumadie so ana waso ogwe
ensem ekọ twikọ bata esum se dontwe no dumaja esum Ghana Montie adwumadie so eye neat adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Odesampa Kasiabo Kowakata Monsa Amaya se Kasiabwaye Onye yimu Nukretrodo Kamadime Kamadine Bo Nitafe Mumayentie Kasiabwaye 100.9 Kwesi Bonkwe
Yankwe nimna ene emrashe bedwem Sarah Ajwa Safo emrashe bedwuno ginama ye domiko abenya privileges committee I say omodi akwakoto parliament enim se omunyino time na beko ene they will decide ni fate ara
kwesi wa hu se areto wa awurade nsem o eso omu jama awurade na womu enya abotrema na kakra omunya abotrema na kakra awurade no abeko ne ko ade bi wo hono mu a wode won sakeka funani ase
enya akoma pana de kasa asemi amejaisa enya akoma pana de kasa asemi
me de se wonim se ado asafo de me penasa
jai de wa si kan we enya akoma pana
penasa omunya abotrans
Parliament to decide Ajwa Safo's fate today. Parliament will today decide at plenary whether or not the seat of the New Patriotic Party NPP Member of Parliament MP for Domiko Abenya should be declared vacant automatically for absenting herself from the House for more than 15 sitting days without permission from the Speaker. And the Daily Graphic, page 20, honum saying, Sasemi Eda honum say Privileges Committee for Nkaramu Omotran say di omudwuma no. Womo de report akakoma omo de koye plenary na say Masebija for beto am so aba. So Parliament to decide Ajwa Safo's fate today. Around.
Yo abusiafo report no a wafa kwesika yenini. Wasemra sebejafo betena ase enne na womo decide say sebetani a wetina ma de say wodome kwabenya ewa MPP amanyo kuotimu maame saratu asafo enne yayi ena womu besi egina yese na kwamya no se wono kra enkamra sebedofie ukwatena fie be 15 days ya na nkia frowa bisa se ba ne san ena wako 15 days wonen de abura afe ne fa kra nie wo mamra sebedofie wo enti womu kohwe se adie ya waye ya etia mra sebedafo womu nse se wode mpeso ante ni nyina aba atekre ni nyina aba 1992 constitution de watretre ni nyina aba wose decision bi kura Professor Stephen Kwaku Asare ene attorney general womu kura asemi ya womu diye ade ehu examples nyina ade aba sasa ankofo nyina ade enti ma mesaratu asafo yentuni mfiri na konya so na watase 31 member privileges committee yeah, first Deputy Speaker of Parliament. The self was a Usuto wise etnemu ana womuti santi say atumu. Report no womu de akwa komamra sebe de fie no afen womu so betenase na womu decide enti enyi watra say article 97/1 Constitutional Order 16 standing orders ya Parliament emra sebe dafo no womu gina asofre nipa miensa ayawaso emrasebe deni odrama adese wa ayawaso central Henry Kwate okoyi ne ho ano asen central Kennedy wa hina Japan wono so koyi ne ho ano na mama me saraju asafo de wono wo mu bono wo mu nsanka ne nti inconclusion no committee ni nipa dodo na woso ni nyina kire se maame na ayate se wo yama na ediobo ada wo nko awo hwan asamba akope brame yanka yeto abasesini wodi yanka ka bibi kura tira mra sebe de fie no wonfa obuo ni ani die ma wo mu ne sa wonte ennei esumtuma wi akọ si ebeja ama naka ya de bema awurade anaso mmeka sa konwa no ye yefiri wonti enkoto abafoforo wo hono mo a obakwesi by this time to be 5 o'clock there we will see.
Ghana muntie na mansanya so adawro Kofi Aman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo neat 100.9 FM.
Domi Kwabenya aye MPP. Tichneni aye Robert Osei Bonsu. Robert yeda simu akwa baba Neat FM so anope.
Yo, me jam so bro.
Empom tisen Domi Kwabenya anope.
Ya me ada roma ya hoye pa.
So Daily Graphic report to ene mrashebedwem ya see privileges committee for no omudwuma omudi so omudi couplinary enti ene ne be decide mo mrashebedweni taradwa safo se wo kọ wo tena ne be kwa akosi mu hwe anim se na temo
Ai ya hwe anim I want them honorable taradwa safo ya to obama so onko see a nine of parliament.
I didn't think I rehosem.
Oh, so all of a sudden, why you're at the as constituency chairman in the Tinning Camp, Uncle One Crap. Oh, it's the idea.
Why are they say yes? You so unim so US average me mana.
I America, so you want so. As you might the share in Southern America, so all of a sudden, what is happening? Oh. Yeah, now what can be a chair class to be a chairman be a CCCC no. And Tiffany and
Enti se munyaya nia parliament and decide no mun okay ye gine fie kunya no so na mun to aba foforo.
Oh yes yeah. So, but what I'm actually with the parliament, the parliament they can with him say one call for 15 working days.
There been busy a parliament or not me busa as sitting your constituency moon. Diana a party man can a idea party mano o cancer hosem no sisi ade omsuki don't know frutigari or my bread yen ya drasa from fi honum say na Mumpo be omuntu abafoforo sa na omo kan na sen na omo kan
yeah representation of parliament and take I think that the decision about the back by election
senya ne be si koi ade amu fi se be boa mo e wo constituency ni mu hanum as MPP because
MPP stronghold. A Quabia so yeah, to about and that. Yes, I will Anya MP or Manacor represent.
Okay, inti emfa huni ebia kwan ode constituency no afa so constituency ni GDA wo say yes MPP ni ebia party a Domi Kwabenya omoto a so omotoma MPP candidate.
Sir, I can say yeah maybe NDC for me had is been a stronghold NDC MPP I think no GDA say for about that MPP better having it. I mean, if you look at the margin of the last election, and the crowd on the uncle is UBT and this 25,000 margin. So there is 35, 30,000. 2020, Gabon Kusukaka. But I'm not trying to say to
okay, all right. Young Hesenia, Ebeko. Senya osi kasa nsuri na se nya ade a me so so te ne kan che pa o mra se bedwani
ti ne kan che
which means wo frɛ na won san kan na say woni ni number say na tie
number bi ani WhatsApp but this is Listen,
who are the number be an first pound in a dinkita home, but I had a okay. Send me himself or Obia, Neboaphobia, or no so conscience in Meboa. Wouldn't it be a no sweating town?
I didn't say as chairman, Yaman has a copy of Kubusa. Here, there's no public information on MP. Because also at the minute,
say Capia no man catch us okay MP or Hanum Siana saying because now me bisa say
here MP or Babi Hall or chairman anything. Because the MP so okay be okay me. I mean my catch that because you say and he said you said the men of people because you said so waiting there for information. In the past, this is a second, and I've been the chairman ever since. Because we tell them on the way. Two fire, friend, maybe I may call 1 month, maybe I may call.
Just only in tell me a fine.
Come on. Didn't tell me come on.
Oh, okay. If you did now, this time they also one crowd. Friends who are winning. Oh, Samo. Robert will say bones to Titrinima MPP dot me kwa benya and pay need 100 points. Na Ghana Montie Jumedi soon as you go make us so I drink and come out do I di 0503721744.
Muntie Ghana Muntie na mansanya so adawroko fiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan e wo neat 100.9 FM.
So Inspector General of Police Ghana Police Service said the krate bi ababa tudwa Ese enhwemu ekoso efa corruption ho na epie no Ghana Police Service for eninyi ho ese de bia mo adwen se eba no corruption munya ye nhwehwemu na abeka se ai se template bi sa no eba beto dwa ye se o Ghana Police Service for enedi kan enti Inspector General Police edi krata epie Police Administration's response to your corruption in Ghana research report. The police service would like to commend your 3 institutions, the Ghana Statistical Service GSS, Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice (SHRAJ), and the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, for your maiden research on corruption, which, according to you, was aimed at collecting evidence-based information on forms of corruption to determine the prevalence and prevailing typologies in the country. We assume that such a research is aimed at finding solutions for the country's corruption-related problems. The service has long acknowledged that some of its personnel may be involved in some corrupt practices and will continue to implement measures to discourage such conduct. It probably would have been helpful if you had engaged us to take on board what is being done by the service and incorporated this into your findings. Correct?
Abusuafo Ghana Police Service no mo de krate ye pia bonte na wache se de dikan post service no adamu ase mo ya de pa wo bom aba so institutions Ghana Statistical Service, Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, womo adamu ase mo research ya mo aye ne nhwehwemu amode ababetudwa ya moni suade hunu nyina ya baako we kura mo trese mo de enkofo adanse ya fakata asese ne proye ho a mo pese yetumi ekutu ase te se oman na saa research ne findings ya mode aba betu dwa yi a efa kata asesa ne proye ho a eyi o man nyina so die no aposifo ebomaba so moya ade pa se motumi yes anhwemi edi mu nsem edi ba betu dwa ene kwan a ye befa so a ye betumi etu ase na mom na nkade ba akwa aposifo hwehwe ne se enka moya sa findings nyina aposifo akura yire wo mu ho se wo mu nkase wo mu nkofo nyina ya asoro abofo de daabi enkateboni wo mu but wo de medasi ato akwemu a wo tutuguo enti nkamu ya findings wie ye enkamu mra wo mu ntanye na nko mu nsomfo wo mu de enka ho bi mumbisa wo mu nso side na wo mu nyia no.
Be that as it may, we've read your report, and after a review, we wish to state that we have serious concerns with the research and its findings. However, before we delve into these concerns, we wish to indicate that taking your research and its findings at face value, it is evident that all the institutions surveyed came up as corrupt. Our discomfort, therefore, is the use of a selective ranking methodology to project the outcomes in a manner that put an unfair focus on the police service, with all the others in your corruption index escaping public scrutiny. We would appreciate your response to the following concerns to enable us understand your research outcomes and also further shape measures being implemented by the service to improve our service delivery.
Na mo research no amoye ye ni nyina no report no yanso yadom wasuko akwa akosi ase but ye pese ye trese baabi wo honom a research no ye wo ho haw kakra pa etrese kata asesa ne proye ho ko research amoye ye ene de amode ba betu gane nyina sovi amoye ye fa kata asesa ne proye ho no ensada nyu mu problem na mom sade ye ya mode ayi de wodi first ye ene de wodi second ade keka on kamuka ni nyina abo mu se aha se ye bi wa ha se bi wa ha no mu a kanya problem but mo sada do mu adi nkan na mansan eta wonu mu adapa no eno ni ade a eye ehaw kakra edema posi adwumakuo no afa wo mu pese wo mu fasa akonya eso na wo mu yi mo nsam no ano research no amode ababa tudwa no wo mu pese wo mu fasa akonya eso na wo mu yi ano sade be ya wo mu nso betumi improve wo mu adwumaye.
So the IGP continues writing. He says, it has been observed that the research did not cover some other public institutions, such as the Ghana Ports and Harbours Authority, Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, Audit Service, Parliamentary Service, Ghana National Fire Service, Gaming Commission, Public Media Houses, National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, Narcotic Control Commission, the Attorney General's AG Department, the Registrar General's Department, among others. And these are all institutions we believe that the public deal with regularly.
Na ya how kakra pa bio anso ne se musemu ya katasese ne proye ho enchichemu a Ghana Port and Harbours Authority wo mu wo ho, Ghana Civil Aviation Authority, they are also there. Audit Service included, Parliamentary Service, a Ghana National Fire Service, Gaming Commission, and Public Media Houses, National Disaster Management Organization, NADMO, Narcotic Control Commission, Attorney General Department, Registrar General Department, so Womunina wo institutions ya would win you now or no more, woman in the pedding kita.
More importantly, a further scrutiny of the report shows that your two institutions, STRAJ and Ghana Statistical Service, were also not part of the research, and we are wondering why you do not think they are also candidates for corruption investigation, considering that they also provide critical services to the public.
Yeah, asai haya bio kra ya tene wa ya ntiase wo mosa report imune se institution mienu bi kra de ehwade amanko ho e bi te set STRAJ and bi te set Ghana Statistical Service wo no ehwanu nyina amanko ho na sankofo nyina so ya kakata asese ne proye ho so bo a ontumi nyi wonu mfiri mu tere se
We also noticed that some institutions such as the Ghana Revenue Authority, GRA, were disaggregated into components with one part touching on customs officers and another part on tax officers. Another example is the Ghana Health Service, where you had doctors, nurses, and midwives in one group, and other health workers in the public hospitals constituting the other group. Even some other institutions such as public utility services, which include the Ghana Water Company, Electricity Company of Ghana, and others, were aggregated as one. One wonders why the lack of consistency in your approach.
Ghana Revenue Authority. Mabuabua womuano edi akwa jina baby. Na custom officers nso mukro no anso masa abuabua womuano di akwa jina wo baby. Wabra womu nyina to okro ya. Ghana Health Service nso any a doctor for nurse for midwives for any health workers ya wodo a womu wa public hospitals ni ade nyina mudi womu nso akwa jina baby. Afei baby te say womu nso a the two bit to say electricity bill and a light bill ni adie wonum so nyina modi wo makwa jina baby sa adie ya mu ye tresa mu nhwehwem no ensisi so say okay. Protest.
Right. In addition, in some instances, you combine different institutions as one entity. For example, prosecutors are not part of the judicial service, but you put them together as one. Also, teachers and lecturers, though both operate in the education sector, do not belong to the same institution, but were lumped together. We consider this to be a clear case of combining mangoes and oranges to corrupt the flavor of each.
Sir, that line. Na ebio krampo no, sentia ye ne mo nyaatene wo saa mo ayi amaye ho ne se, fu obi te se what's a prosecutors ya wo mo ebokwa adu ena atemu adwuma yefo judicial service fo no maka wo mu nyina bom de wo mu akogina fa akonso adwuma wo mu ye no wo hwa kura ntetemu wo mu etitafo ne lecturers nso masa de wo mu nyina akogina fa akon abra adwuma na wo mu ye no sa wo hwa mu pa nso a ntetemu kakra ewo mu enti sa case ya wodo eni yetre se a te sa de wo de manwuni akutuo ekeka bom enti katase sa wo ne proye wo sobo no amobɔ no asa saadie we die mfeva kra.
We know that there are three arms of government, namely the executive, legislature, and judiciary. From our understanding, most of the institutions covered in your research are under the executive branch, and yet you also introduce another institution named the executive branch of government without offering any explanation as to what it constitutes. Your comment on this will be helpful.
Anna ba kubia unso kra ye hu ye ne se mo che ade bi mu aza mo cheche niam bi mu ya mo se eye arms of government ya aban no ankasa nkrabata no ya wa executive legislature judiciary sa de nyina wo mu atiase but said ya mo research no etumi etete nkrabata bi kura kwati bibia ya fra ne se executive branch of government enu say no eyedien de na na mo pesa mo tre no kura se mutumi ba bonten asa be kire mu ye ya wo mani beje ho.
We have also read that you used some multiple levels of quality assurance to eliminate errors in your research. But looking at the report, we believe we have good reasons to be skeptical about this quality assurance mechanism. For example, we wonder whether you made any attempts to verify and authenticate from any of the affected institutions the credibility of the information given you by the interviewees, since we cannot feel that in the research.
Ba konsu sa mo research ya mo ye no. Say efficiency kura nya 100% because friction wom. Monsu mu die say no errors kakra ba mu a enka mo yi free mu a enka ye e was a report no mu kire say ya hwehwe mu a no yemfa asem bi ho adanse e entanya adanse die what kire say ebra mu bisa nkofo no a nkofo kire wo mu adwene no na nka ne papa mu a anka monkɔ sɛ kokuo no nso nkɔ bisa wɔnum sɛ deɛ nkɔfoɔ kafa mu huni mu wɔ ntrɛmu bi a na wɔnum nso de aba.
From your report, the corruption prevalence rate is determined by the number of contacts who paid bribes or were asked to pay bribes but refused as a percentage of the total number of contacts. We realize that a contact is defined as at least a single experience with the institution. This suggests that there could be a single or multiple contacts. Did you treat multiple contact and single contact in the same way, knowing that this would affect the denominator of the corruption prevalence rate formula and therefore the final percentage for each institution and ultimately the ranking? For example, if there are two people and one of them has had only one contact with institution A and the other had 20 contact with institution B, if we treat the 20 contact as one contact, then in institution A, there will be one contact, and in institution B, there will also be one contact. If in institution A, the contact resulted in a bribe, then the prevalence rate will be 100%. And if in institution B, the 20 contacts are treated as one, then the prevalence rate will be 100%. However, if we treat the 20 contacts separately, we will have a prevalence rate of 5% for institution B. This means that the prevalence for institution B will be 20 times less than institution A. 20 times less than institution A. We would like to know which approach you used. Hey, IGP. IGP.
Yes.
IGP. I'm confused.
Why a doctor?
IGP. I'm confused.
Yes. Doctor, to me, what I'm confused, doctor.
May I say I'm confused.
Me one tough and put I mean to me. Oh, I tell why I think crazy in that going. Oh, my question. Oh, me one tough we know what I say. Want to mean funny paba coupe, ya would be sano. Nasa more kaya and find jaggy. A quoning in sa. Sabia wish ya me up webby same. One woman I corrupt pa. Monsieur and some traffic. Now the men quaman who masam, at the adjudging some traffic when you now say, you send some traffic when you are corrupt. Debbie. And now on the other hand, and so, Uber to me a bisa baby. Nipa 20, woman in Abacase, as me I corrupt. Enti, nipa 20 diano, any nipa ba diano, woman dia here pa necessity a dia juma, and to walk canity a what say. So will be send nipa ba quasam. Now, me fans will be some say, one woman I corrupt pa, Missy Pussy for. Men quama no masam no testify say, and purposely for you I corrupt yana. No. I don't know how deep people so what's it.
Closely related to point above is the issue of how often bribes are paid by a single contact to a public official. In your research, it was analyzed in isolation, and the average number of times a contact paid bribe during the research period was reported. We want to know how this was factored in the computation of the overall prevalence rate, which informed the contact-based ranking.
I know na America no. Was say, and a movie son was say, Nipa ba could be say, me kura dan was send me a see a woman jeme bribe. Nipa ba ko penwa, what ya jene bribe no, a see da bay, a ya him fa, and nipa ba ko penwa some no a walk canwa pe, and a modern research in Wajinas was say, sa institution way aya corrupt no na nipa ba akopede no.
From your research, the definition of corruption is about the aggregate of those who paid bribes and those who were asked to pay but refused. This aggregate was used to compute the corruption prevalence rate. We are interested in knowing the portion of those who paid bribes as against those who were asked but refused to pay, and whether those who refused to pay were disadvantaged in service they required. This will enable us assess mechanisms aimed at educating and empowering the public to resist attempts by any officer to engage in any corrupt practices.
Good. na no na IGP person was saying bisa say omu so omu kwatua bribe no mu bisa wonum say eyo no na ede kata asesemu ade na abuamu ade ede kwama post ni no ana say post ni na katra ne say onfa sika mra enu say na asesemu tumi hunu say ye nipa dodo asan ene omu ankasa kwatua bribe ede ma posifo no ana say posifo katra omu say mon kofa abuamu ade mra mon kofa bribe mra na yanyina so emfa nim asemu mamu no na nkasa semu tumi hunu sade beya enipa wo mu bisa bribe no enkombe tumi agina so atu wo mu so sa.
As you are aware, one of the major consequences of corruption is its ability to take away resources meant for socio-economic development for the benefit of all. Therefore, the value of the amount lost to corruption will play a key role in determining the prevalence of corruption and which institutions are causing the most harm when it comes to the size of bribes paid. When you did the ranking using the value-based, size of bribes paid method, we realized that the police service was one of the least corrupt institutions and came nowhere near the top as per figure 21 on page 32 of your report. This should be projected in the same way that a contact-based ranking is being projected. You also indicated that about 5 billion Ghana cedis was lost to corruption during the period of your research, and we would like to know how much of this was police-related.
Sir, mon hwehwem no a mo se mo ye ya mo de abetu dwa no. Mo nim se kata asese ne proye sika ekom ye hwiriguo ye se no aya ade a edoso pa. Nanka institution ya mo se mo ye kata asese ne proye ho nhihemu no. En ade awayi a aya kanka hwire wo man ni sika ene ade ne nka mo bewu se sa kata asese ne proye ho sobuo se no posifo kura ne nipa eni kwase ye de ho sobuo buo mu na nka danse kura ba ko ne se wo hye sika ye hwere wo kata asese ne proye ho a eye 5 billion Ghana cedis no a nka mo bisa se emusan eni etua de ma posifo.
Using your contact-based and the value-based ranking methods for your analysis, you would like a regional, monthly, and departmental breakdown of your findings for the police service to enable us pinpoint where the issues are and tackle them. We also did not see any specific recommendations in the report, and we find it surprising that a major research like this did not offer any recommendations and solutions.
Na adia ba kokura nanki ni beje ho ne se mo contact ya mo use di yes anche mu ne analysis no enka se mu ma ye hu no mantem kro bosome kro ene department ya hodo ma breaking down nanka posifo atumi anya nyina so etuo no so sasa he mo sa mantem we ya sekata sese ne proye dokoro mo enso mo anya no sa afei mu wie ye eno anso mo ja no watra sa epese mugu ni panim wase enti mo ansa da mfa recommendations bi ama edinasie bi ama se ebia efiri nade ko kata asese ne prayer pesi etu ase a yanya asomasi wa benti anase wokoto mo anya bibia sa ntinka institutions kasi atisa amakwaya research no na nka sese mo per recommendation ene ehun solutions nso edeba nso mo anfa mu bia anfa ama.
There is also the real risk that your research may have been affected by historically pervasive stereotyping of the police service. The service has almost now become the default institution of choice for such research and has therefore encouraged a deep-seated public stereotype over the years. This stereotype may easily influence respondent choices, and it is therefore fair to expect that you factor it in assessing the validity of your findings.
And what we say, Sadia ya muye no, akwa se tetebotan no, sa dada de nyina edankofo ano se, ukobisa obi a se, why na kata asese ne proye, womudi mu kan pe oh, eda obi ano dada, enna no kata ye stereotype no. Posifo ne dikan, enti de posifo de na dikan no a ena dankofo ano sa di ababesi nne enti ensa danya ibia aye ade enwanwa but ya posifo mo mpa de na nsen wo madwuma ne de
So we concluding, and it says from the foregoing, it is our considered view that the research and its findings are heavily challenged and corrupted from both the academic and practice point of view. We want to place on record that we are passionate about this because the continuous empirically and scientifically unsubstantiated labeling of the police service as the most corrupt institution in the country only goes to feed this perception and damage the reputation of the service as well as weaken the morale of its personnel. As we've all now come to accept, perception tends to be more powerful than reality, and therefore we have no choice than to share our position on this matter. Whilst we wait for your response, please accept the assurance of our highest consideration. George Ekufu Dampare, PhD, Inspector General of Police.
Na efri sabre ade krono. Mo research name of findings ya. Mo beye dia fa katasese ne proye ho no. Watidi se baby on mo na sentu wo mo da. Wo mo so beba abonten wo mo de wo mo aside ya ba. Fa no wo bibia wo beye dia bebia no. Wo mo so de aginese beba. Afa wo pese wo kama mansan nyina ati ase se aposifo afasade we cap trese akwa se free tete eno no waka se empirically ade no akoya ade eda ho scientifically the same thing wa mu na ya corrupt ya yesi posifo eno ana dankofo tirimu ana akoya se yesi na mom se nipa no mfa dance die mra paade aya na enten sade ya wo mu ye ema posifo ye mre alfe sebu omabem se jumade a wo mu ye sabi wanya hwe amwase a won sa ja agbo no kro no eya nkofo atini mu pokeke batebi a wo besisem no na nya sa na etie ya pese ya temu nka wo mu nso response ya wo mu de abe wo mu tie de mo nso mo beka ede afa ho but wo mu damase ene adwuma pa mo ye ene wa sign the signature no afi George Ekufu Dampare wa ye doctor one way Inspector General of Police and what the crowd AP abonting.
So Ghana Statistical Service for woman charge ni Ekubako wamuka ho your friend the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime hwehwemu a wamu ye on corruption and IGP did the reaction on the response say send omusi esom omugye no and odi aba betudwa no
ye nyina ya eboni atia onyankopon wa woton emo woton nchene a wokopo no wa bo ase ana wodi papers ashem a wo sa de mankrofo wo say o man wo kan ho bi ye demonstration amanye bi wa adwumam ade a ye 1 cd wo de 0 smenu aka ho no akwakwagi ho sika ye demonstration a I forbid you manye bi wa ukoto ade ubisa ibisa o say yen tworo sen ade na onim say ukoto 5 cds na so papa ni bisa say men tworo sen na obebo figure foforo bi ama ye demonstration a manye bi o say o man obi biara enye wakatua na ode asi wodan enye wakatua poche na ode ato ka nemum ekwan foforo bi kan ho so na ode aye oniema kese no ye demonstration a mankoye bi if you say won so o kan ho bi hallelujah ekwan bia so mu amoton enwo amode colors afram amoton mangrofo ye demonstration a manye bi wa wudi konkonte afrankate a woton e wodwom ye demonstration a manye bi ye fix the country no it should start from us hallelujah say asesa yesuban a nipa bia ni ho a obetumi asesa oman ama ye kan say oman corruption ne de ne akosi nkrofo akase so meanwhile ase ho ade ye 5 cds what on 20 cds ye demonstration manye bi say obo obi dua say nyankopon kum obi a it will start mean may start from you ye di mpanifo asi woni ye di omo atem ye bo omo dua ye omo say mo eti na dua no enya adwuma no because yankasa ye bo dua no ye problem eti mu me nyina ye sesa ya adwen anya sa oman yi osi se kro ni yi a won so obeden obeye
Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie Ghana Montie
Utie oha actually ponkno. Needs FM.
Hey, catch it. List ni nie. And you ma beto to dia me baba no ho de no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, asew. Hey, now beka. Ya John to ma miensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. Oh, asew. We den kan no tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura de aka ho. Wo hwe de wapi ho. O ka se batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Catch up a baba worry.
Aso.
Ye fear say this way chocolate drink ya sorry no pa no ne nom. Ye be chef fridge nom no say snack. Ye nya hoho a no ye de serve wo mo. Ye didi wie ne ye pe bibia bogu ya de so a. This way chocolate drink ne nom. And this way no ti anu a. He se kire wom, koko wom, prick wom, bibia wom. Ade wo hia ni so se.
This way chocolate drink.
Je wo hia ani so se.
FDA ahwehwe say adwede nkratoe mo agye atum say eye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe. Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you flow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think
Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha actually ponkno. Needs FM.
That's what it is. And yawo ye July ne de to so aduonu wo twa no pe jimedie Ghana Montie Kwasi ABOAGYE metie adwam na kwabra mafo so kam ho ye kinkan de bonkrata na de my main kind comment ni bi na ye nto aso nko enim yawe do silver corner matter because IGP responded to Afro barometer report it's needless. Is it the Afro barometer that is reporting to? No, that's not what reporting to. Reacting to. So one here also says it's obvious that the journalists in Ghana are only reporting journalists. They cannot do any research on their own. So the Russian embassy is now doing research for us. Can you now do your favorite work of reporting to Ghanaians that Nanado and his NPP are clueless? That's one here from Tay, sending that one from Finland. OPK Ewo Gorso says clueless and super incompetent Mahama and the NDC should stop disturbing our ears because the abandoned Kufuor affordable housing project and many other projects for Nanado and the NPP government to come and complete. Okay. Ghana is poor, not because we don't have the needed resources, but the country is poor because our so-called leaders don't have wisdom to understand what the value of money and creating of wealth is. Anafna Naku and Odiwede by Kiki or Kaswa American Town Kinky House or say position is the resting place for the NDC party till 2024. And to this one that says, Kwasi, please. Yes, Ghana will work again. Within 2 months, e-levy has generated 900 million plus to the country. Then we have a future. After all, Rome was not built in a day. Could you trumpet? Tasty aspect for food. No, dear, no buy. Kabra, Traso Yanko, any man, Minjin 7 being feeder bankrata.
Abusia for the Bacata, Damanimi. The Bacata, your friend is Telly Despatch. Na Telly Despatch, and what I say, Professor John Evans Tamils. When you're 10 years, a brow to an animal one seado. Na was a woman quiet, Nenkaye, Casa Huntumedie, pneumonia letters. Na penny bakwa would dim more cotino hopper. A lawyer tattoo tikata. Wakasa patre Professor Mills. A brow tears a near man with Gina Woma, Nitidie, and Niswadi Hunu. ene niema ubodin na udi ehunu Professor Mills anu wakyerɛ sɛ Professor Mills ayi obi a wɔyɛ asomdue hene ye kaso obi a asomdue hene a ɔno na ogina hɔ edema na Democrat anim hanim sɛ MPP amanyokuo abane de wo mu ato awie na kasia pa wo mu ayɛ flag bearership no nso wo mu adim akotene pa ayɛ His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mohammed Bawumia and Honorable Minister for Trade and Industry ononyamfo Alan Kojo Chiremante Mampenina na de danko Akufo-Addo kyerɛ sɛ ebetumi anka flag bearer no omunyi no 2023 afi ebekwa akwese mu no atahye be June na womayi flag bearer no awie sane womu kwato aba na sa His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mohammed Bawumia no womu bayi no a obenya dachi ade aye campaign ato no ho kakra ten say wombatan ya last minute minute no no akwakoyi no eba sa de eba ha to ne kakra senso wononyamfo Alan Kojo Chiremante no wombayi no a ene no no nso anya dachi no ade ato no ho agbodawura ansana bi abato no beduru so ayesa eno no owura benef sentre se wo support mampani asem no a wokan ye no tre se empani se wo sentubura sentem anu wani ye kokko enti nipa wo mbekọ akoyi no ayesa atase be June 2023 na wo mayi nipa kura wie sade be ya wo benya adate na wode ato no ho afei wo besan ete abo no ho dawura wo tre se eye pa se wo mu koyi nipa kro no ewo saa bre ya wono anso mampani eka no a wone mampani aya agene na Democrat anu anim wa bio eno ode His Excellency the Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mohammed Bawumia ni mfoni abato anum seyi a wo mu ta cake no afepa aya 100 years anniversary cake ya wo mu kwata wa akropon enti Vice President nchen no ekuku dambi nso agyinagina hɔ Right Reverend Professor Joseph Obiri Yabuamante wano ana ya penipa wada asori ya no moderator General Assembly wotina hɔ no mu bi ene wane vice eta cake na cake no esopa ɛhɔ ena Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mohammed Bawumia etre se wontumi nka wo meya bakosem na wonyi ba asrefo mfrim ɛyɛ Presbyterian Church of Ghana womayi titire womayi ade o se wokɔ secondary school so ahodo pa ya presby fo de a wokan ba akomienu miansa enan eldoso ena ba no bibi te se junior high schools ensore etuma woma bie ladies and gentlemen Vice President Neko with the hands of applause let's all keep standing and give standing innovation to Presbyterian Church of Ghana woma ya de pa na sa centenary ya womu emaki ye Vice President tese wada wonu ase womu aya de press before ye nyamo soda waya de pa woman titire mu nyina na mudimu akotene the Democrat time de to aso eye daily statement na nanim hanim se no wade aba and what I say 10 million ana womu ara se ye betumi adia asporto akwa abrotire bayire buso senra pa bi eho empanso awia no social media so ene ayi no nanam wonum bebre ye bayire pa na ebuo sei enti Ghana yentumi asporto bayire bi mfa nkwa abrotire nkwankoton obi antumi nya saade ena bayire gu market wonom ne bua fofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofofo o my be papa kwasi anda hu ba yere no
Esa nya no kwa mehu ziope Volta Raging tomatoes and so egu kwan ho a omo complaining omo nya atofo so ni nyina account so
enti papa kwasi enti ye niskas bia ye ntumi nyase ye ntumi kura emfa di bi nkwa aburotire nkoton enti ye managua na asai Oh, yes, Chris, yasa. Yes, Chris, yasa. Yes, Chris, bia. Ah, yo. Na, the boka teni mwana say, Attorney General da ha Godfrey abu adame. Wanu wankotoba yire nibi. The walk was a criminal justice. Sayan reform. Said the bay bet to me abua. They would defon were defo. They would dibim were dibim. And Tretranka crank bet to me abua. Near Yanasa 10 say, Debia Temway, Naya Bunucom, baby assassa tentine nefa, nan baby, baby assassa no crafa, nan no sunam baby, Yanina Yanina na atentine ninya juma. Emrasebe da fo dia tumam wononyamfo se temensa bonsu ye ada wo besi ni constituency wo de ombema no so asi akonkon 135 million euros a ye de kwakwaya akwa entertain ni ye twade abe ne fe we say no e kwa say udisu am run about e kwa right mpe kwa hin ebem se ko Kenya ase enti udu ha say no afa say na ko Kenya ase ona ukwa wanim so ana akwa alaba ana alaba nso stadium ni nie ufri alaba ubefa mensia aha say mi hu say akete koke university ho ana we nso kwa adwuso bi e kwan ni nie ye adesia mu waso ame mu ate denne oni onyamfo say temensa bonso eda wo besi wodom no tisa mo de ntuma safom na wanante so ejebo ejenya ba bedu aya ade pa Senate for to me a save a minus sika 312 million Ghana cedis ya and Kasasi Kenya ya tuagu ekwa. Na the Bakra tire friend Ghanaian Times ya nimuha womua area enyinamonkania illegal connection womuwia sa yese ekapa de breyen owura Samuel Dubik Mahama oye MD Emma ECG ajumakuo no first nanka papa bi no a ya franu budu no a na wone John Kuma ekun adwuso honom no anu no ye MD ewo ECG enso owura budu yayi na firi ho ene ye de owura Samuel Dubik Mahama ede na ba ho Dubik de oye adwuma pa na Dubik kire se wosa illegal connection kwa ankofo area enyinam kane ankofo wia afa meters ya adoso no ena sisi a wonim se ankofo atumi kwoto meter foforo de bawo ene wo mato apeti bebre ntom bese ase na wo ma akokọ honom a akoye adwuma akoyi sa meters ni nyina ade afiri wonom nto de wowura Samuel Dubik Mahama MT ECG ya weta na bodje se kamate se mrantie de ni bi ena wode no aba beto anim nti wowura budu ana woni John Kuma ekono wo mayi na firi ho ene ye de Dubik ya ba Dubik nso wo ya ade mampani no wotre se so obi firi prison ba yanyi nipa kura wa tu kakra na sade ye ni wo mu ya na as convert de nempo ye ka bodam ni ana bodam atekode anya kakra wode be hunahuna nkofo na krono de aka no bo wirem mampani nokura bi wo ho a wo bo mo sesa ebi nso wo mo ba no wo mai hardened criminals ebi ba pa krono bono efe no wo mo bono mo enti wo mo so mo ba wo mo nsese wo mo suba kakra wo nso mo nsesa mo suba kakra afei 5.7 million share business empowerment program and woman antia watamara ebe create jobs dia ma nipa be se 90,000 ewo atifi mantem wonom na democrat me de etwaswe aye democrat your friend say the new crusading guide na IGP ana wo ma petition no wo mo trese wo wura bi ya wo ye nunwa wulomo suban a wo da na die wo ho no ense wo bi a wo ye wulomo enti wo mo sra IGP se wone no nkasa anya sa pa kwan a wo mo de no be fa so no anya ade a wulomo na ni beti wo mo de mra be se wo mo nsem na wo ma ye de wo mo ankasa nso epe na wo wura John Kuma wo ye mra sebetani ma de se wo agiso wasaya soafo abedi etira wo se wo man isi kasam so wode ne mfoni aba beto anem sei ɛna owura John Kuma wagya na abɔdwe sɛ te sɛ mmeranteɛ deɛ no bi ɛnyɛ yɛ deɛ yɛ a ɛfu bebree no wɔne deɛ watere mu te so obi a wɔkɔyɛ wedding sɛdeɛ ayɛ wo mu deɛ no ɛna watere mu nano anom sɛ yia ne nabɔdwe ase nanti ama n'anim wada hɔ ɛna wɔhyɛ siwtu abɔ tae kama so wɔyɛ krakyeni wɔsan yɛ mmarakyɛbɛgyeni na wɔka kyerɛ Ghanafoɔ sɛ obi anya akomatɔyam aban wei mampanin na Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo a sɛ wɔbɛmu obi anya akomatɔyam kama titiri paa ɛba no adwumasɛm ho a IMF nhyehyɛ no nkyerɛ sɛ yɛba abɛyi nkɔɔfoɔ adi enti wɔbɛtumi ama Ghanafoɔ assurance sɛ obi anya akomatɔyam ɛnyɛ adeɛ a obiara bɛlusu n'adwuma. Deputy Finance Minister na this assurance adi aba sɛ IMF program no deɛ ɛnyɛ sɛ yɛba abɛyi obi adi ɛde afiri adwuma nipa korɔ ɛyɛ so obi adwuma ɛyɛ intact. Trust the government, they will deliver unto you. Tama West Nadmo boss yɛso ayɛ hot paa unlawful demolition bi obi wasimbe so ani nipa korɔ no ku so ani nipa korɔ no wɔ mansutio ɛna wasada ɛna me yɛ Nadmo boss wakɔkɔtiri wasimbe ni nyinaa to aguo wabrabrantie yanya no hye entie ya adeɛ bi a wɔyɛ yɛ no wanya adeɛ koraa wanya adeɛ enti yɛde ne kɔ akɔgyina mmaranim na yɛabɔ no kɔ aduwe sɛ adeɛ no a wɔyɛ yɛ no it's not good at all. Na the insight yɛnim ha IMF bailout no labor consultant bi na wɔka sɛ wɔkyerɛ sɛ mosi yɛnyi nkɔfoɔ adi hɔ mo deɛ mo nkyɛn everything that the two bia as I come to pass, you will see. That's how me who now so wada about for.
Okay. All right. So young call Mrashebe Jim na ni Honorable ABA Fuseni. Mrashebe Junior Jinama Segnarigu member Privileges Committee ni Komokaka. Honorable Yadasimu Akwa Baba Nit FM so. So Privileges Committee Mrashebe Jafo be mi anse bia am say ya refer to Mono Honorable Harry Courty, Honorable Kennedy Japan, na Honorable Sir Joasafo. Mo wie mo adwuma na na.
Until primary, consider to now almost the church we check. On another better point. To expect to it is when we speak what is Benaria and Benaria Kata. Now,
right, so senior we see church media may share daily graphic mu and page 20 or say Parliament to decide at Joasafo's fate today. Parliament will today decide at plenary whether or not the seat of the New Patriotic Party NPP member of Parliament for Domi Kwabinya will be declared vacant automatically and for absenting herself from the House for more than 15 sitting days without permission from the Speaker. So, and yet that's straightforward. Say, okay, well, at the plenary today, because you know, a Speaker, now could say, oh no, bet you say be a better plenary. So
the first is whether a better is at the exclusive of the Speaker.
Okay.
I bet man say, I bet them now. On my plenary the next meeting of Parliament. So it would first and foremost become on Speaker. Now, Speaker Dibaya, it will be for the House to take the report of the commission. The chairman moving motion for the adoption of the report. We'll move on. It will be subject to the ranking member of the second and now on the 1 second. And 1 second, we will be given by do not second the foot. And then the debate will for both sides of the house. In respect of the 3 members. And then it will be at the end of it, the certificate will put the question. I don't know whether it is going to be simple majority or in the case of number of most of the businesses on the floor are simple majority. But this particular matter regarding the removal of MPs. And so this is a new territory, new terrain. The name of this whether it is a secret ballot or open ballot, the name, because this is the removal of the MP. This is the first time we are considering MP. I am not so, when we are at some point near Eba, until Mr. Speaker clarify with now, and the members that consider on the issue of the men or otherwise of the issue. But now, I can tell you, sir, I was clearly drawn. Sir, entity for almost the same many, Madam Adjakafu, and this is for your facility.
Okay. Right, so me can hear daily graphic. Me whom report to do, but graphic it can be viewed and say per the committee's report, the members of the committee by majority decision concluded that Mr. Japon and Mr. Korti admitted having absented themselves for more than 15 sitting threshold. And to say penifom you need to mu. Omu di tu mu a omu timi ma reasons are CCA one omu send omu di anu so tie.
Omu appear before the committee now. If you listen to their story, at the prayer, was on that and then now come and the point that attend the parliament, medical front. There's a health concern, but there was a small in regard to report to. They made a very good case in respect of and presented documents. They just and over for city healthcare over certain ailments at home. But the small one in terms of one of us in Japan was just the government excuse. But also because of that problem. There was just a demand by the ranking member on doctor report. The doctor on a number of from that committee certified the food bank. You probably okay, and investment style the money the open and correct. But the written permission now demand on brother committee no anchor decision on that. And in my and then in the case of honorable body, or that or depending upon for that healthcare sometime in I think 2020. But the oil after I know 2020 attempt. 2022. In 2022 no for review. In the case of review the oil, but the parliament no person. In the sponsorship that the parliament demand plus permission we want for parliament on from bra now committee so that sorry don't say about that kind it will be anchored there yeah you put there and correct also for here now want to remember so those were the two documents and man to go back those two documents back until on the day of the determination of the thing we on the side the cassette pending the activity of the document. Although you can say valid thing, but they are with the document and the authentication document number. So because document number pose a problem. So the entity we couldn't confirm or deny them so every for that. But in the case of your president, Madam Adjakafu, one man. Now, what you know because even if demand, it to me just to say service to the Santa. In fact, that this has been the committee plan. Okay, say yes, man, if you but what you said want to be what settlement Mamini Park at them. There was no evidence that Mamini Park at them. And on the basis of the service one. But remember, now, one person more, this is the spring. Over here, you know, but you cannot condemn somebody or accuse somebody without giving the person a hearing. One thing is that, over there, so, yes, recommendation Madam, I don't have one back before the committee. And so the committee will and you get you the story. And the basis of which the we can't tell that. On the year, so may you know how to get it. Where they are getting. And you will know our other colleagues that when you have a speech teacher, it's a violation of the natural rights. And then you know, natural justice, you cannot condemn anybody without giving the person a hearing. And so you have to come. You better about to get that one. So our recommendation to the House is that we never had it. So other opportunities they take for it. They had. There is something on the one side. Yeah, the audience is the one back parliament for more than 50 days. On the year. So even though the committee made effort to reach it, there was no evidence there.
But per more parliament mun share no say mu invite obi to the privilege committee number asotwe ne say
you have to send the person first. The person has to be doing himself to ensure that we are back. And to make sure that is so that once the person has been sent and the person doesn't come, and you are sure that you are capable, that's when you are the best. But as you see, you can't know over here to the ground of the top of the to me come and the question don't say service no that is why the problem is.
And there's no confirmation say Sarah Adwoasafo was duly served.
Yes, that's the issue.
I see.
So people go to the one implementation only Ghana.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ghana. Because I need to publish it there. This is an hour. We'll be able to. And she's the possibility there.
Okay, so say then I am say more sorry meboa. Hello, honorable.
Yes.
And then a parliament more sorry meboa. Honorable Fisering.
Yes.
Nami bisa say then a parliament more sorry.
And
then I'm more sorry one.
I'm hoping that competition it's related for now.
Okay. Okay. So it means that if speaker and fan back floor parliament today, not just say DNBC, not just say be a damn mobile sound baby. No. There be now Casantino Antony, I'm kind.
Sorry, somebody was just.
So now me bisa say ene ekobani say bia mo sorry na say speaker so and fan ba na die ne besi.
Oh, and the news is definitely connected for next week.
Okay.
The meeting cannot discuss.
Okay.
So it means that the speaker has discussing then maybe next week. So
okay.
It's at the discussion of Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And the business of the house. Normally, they're downloading them up for discussion. So,
okay. 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 Now, I may kind way minim say bia what who be bia. Adwoasafo lands in town report. Now, there's this news report that says Honorable Adwoasafo yes you about be do Ghana hanum say minim what?
Hey, what
I'm say says no say no be according to the report no.
Yeah. No matter you know this social media them anything. You cannot put your finger I'm also visiting stuff like that.
Okay.
Matter the only how many times. Tell to me what is the one that the people. The first time you ever go on the passage of the budget and the system. Government Echo US, Echo City out, Madam Adwoasafo. And the president get Amanu, they are flying to Ghana to come and vote. Identity template cannot locate her. And then I get one. When can they locate her at this time? And deliver, but they appear before Parliament. That's the first one. But the second one, they are absent of that magnitude. Other than Omanteni, President Nana Akufo-Addo. Still working after all these months as Minister of State. What do you minister salary? What do you privileges of minister? But it's absent. And who can tell me you go look at your money? No, your money, why are you to pay her as a minister? Other presidents don't want to minister to as a minister.
Okay, all right. Honorable, you're not senior Hussein Ebeko. Why?
Okay.
Honorable ABA Husseini, a member of the Privileges Committee, Rashabe Junior Jama Sagnari Grano, pay need 100.9. Ghana Montie, Jumedi, Suno, Asiogwe, Yenino, Eddie, and Comoso. Senior was your church, Muno. Say, Speaker at the Buffalo Parliament, yeah, not to say about TVB, Afire, Rashabe Jafomian saying, Wamuho, Honorable Kennedy Japan, Honorable Henry Corti, and Adrasafo, saying Ebeko. My dream chain be, and so ever had him saying, main kind be na yenko yenim anope ewo ye jumedie so. How much do the police take in the area of bribe 5 Ghana cedis from drivers? Ray, anyway, Dubai. Your message sounds something. The rate at which the cost of living is increasing due to the world's economic shock is disheartening. But I believe the policies and initiatives being rolled out by President Akufo-Addo's government to mitigate the situation will soon yield results. Yauza, Wadi Free Swami, and Odebai. In fact, the Nanado-led government has failed the good people of Ghana. They are doing the opposite of what they promised Ghanaians. We shall protect the public purse field. We won't go to the IMF field. We won't borrow field. We will fight corruption field. So what will the MPP say to convince Ghanaians in 2024? Ablade, Ethie Kuma Zongo, Takrade, Enodifi, Enodibai. NPP should be circumspect with the uncharacteristic behavior of Honorable Sarah Joas Safo, MP for Domi Kwabenya. Although her actions and inactions are against the standing orders of the House, but we shouldn't rush into by-election because there is a huge problem in the constituency. Yao Osankiri, Eddie Free Taifa, and Obai. The gospel truth is that the corruption canker has eaten into every single institution in Ghana. So the Afrobarometer survey always single out the police service. Another few ones. Boatin, Denmark. Honorable Eric Opoku, you do all. Keep on exposing these corrupt, incompetent leaders. NPP, never again. That is Glee Senaji from Taifa. And Odiano Baye. You see, I'm Eben from Kwabenya. The IGP should stop the complaint and do the needful. The institution IGP mentioned them. Is it not the duty of the police to arrest and investigate them? You should stop crying and allow us to think. That is Eben, Kwabenya, and Odifri, and Odebaye. Saman Keso say, I always feel ashamed whenever I hear the NPP saying their economy is better than that of the NDC. Enoch Asaman Kesi. The NDC always give negative comment about the government, but they are worse than any government that we've seen in Ghana. Ericus Gaspar, Bechley, Enodifi, Enodibaye. Was it not Nanado who said in opposition that he was incorruptible? How come his presidency has now been ranked as second most corrupt in Ghana? Never again. Meshak Asante from Abuso Ukai. Amisco Spelele Ewakaswa. In fact, the minority must please give us a break on their usual buga analysis on the budget. They must rather applaud government on its unprecedented management of the economy. Amisco Spelele. Teacher Kujo Tepa Anyinesusu. The NDC is telling Ghanaians that the economic difficulties we are facing are brought on by incompetence. Let me tell the NDC that the economic situation is global. The NDC has failed to acknowledge what is happening. That is one here from Teacher Kuju. Tepa Anyinesuso. Need 100.9 Ghana Muntie Suni. Ebo.
Ghana Muntie. Na mansanya son. Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEET 100.9 FM.
I have the sources and I can share it. So, Speaker, apart from that, the Speaker, we are seeing rising energy and fuel prices. The Speaker, we recently engaged with the PURC as a committee. The Speaker, impressions has been created by the PURC that they want to increase utility prices, electricity, by over 30%. The Speaker, this is worrying. This is worrying. And how can the people of Ghana be able to accept all of this within a period of time? The Speaker, but you see, there is low investment, obviously due to poor capital expenditure choices of government. The Speaker, what surprises me is that there's weak macroeconomic management. I can see legendly incompetence in the management of the Ghanaian economy. Legendly, the Speaker, unprecedented incompetence. Some of the choices that they make, you wonder which book they are reading. So, Speaker, I am worried as a Ghanaian, and I'm worried as a member of Parliament, the way they are driving the Ghanaian economy too.
Adawro Kofiaman homene so ejiji tonton sansan ewo NEET 100.9 FM.
Utie oha extra ponkno. Needs FM.
Hey, catch it. List ni nie. And you ma beto to dia me baba no hwade no. Hwem so betumi a. Hey, now beka. Ya jon to ma me ensa duku portmanteau. This way chocolate drink. Na kan wo hwe afibian so beri ni waware ni a. This way chocolate drink. Na kan sia. We den klanu tumu ho. Me be mo anu so hye kura dia ka ho. Wo hwade e wapi ho. O ka sa batete e da fom ho.
This way chocolate drink.
Catch up a pair, Baba Warrior. Ye fear said this way chocolate drink, your Soriano Pan on Yanum. Ye bishop free genome snack. Ye Yaho, who I don't yet serve woman. Ye did any pebibia bogu yad yasua. This way chocolate drink in Yanum. And at this one, what's Yanua? Has such a woman, cocoa wom, pricky wom, bibia wom. I don't hear any social.
This way chocolate drink.
You hear any social.
FDA, I just said you didn't crack to more to say a ye.
What's cool, fresh and trendy with a new look? Makes you feel real good, that refreshing vibe.
Satisfies you right just the way you like. Do you know? Do you know? Do you know? Ain't gotta do it alone. Specialized makes you glow. Anytime, anywhere. Specialized feel different. Always think
Special Ice Natural Mineral Water. Feel different. Think special. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Utie oha extra ponkno. Needs FM.
Yempianko any manope yanope jumedi Ghana Muntie Suno Asiogo KWASI ABOAGYE Metie Dream Kwamanamafo Boaking kind of Bonkrata no. Straight on to this one that says government will not have gone to IMF if not for the NDC evil tricks. Look at that, forcing accusing Honorable John Kuma about knowing nothing about economics. That is one here from Henry Kessie from Ododo Dio and Odifi. Baby, Nila Antevana Power. Please tell Honorable Kopoku to stop throwing dust into people's eyes. Kokobot didn't take a loan of $1.5 billion. This figure was a proposed figure. The Kokobot rather took $1.3 billion for last year. Kopoku should know that part of the loan was used to construct good roads in his constituency from Nobeko Junction through Sankore to Wako in the Western North region. Also, Honorable Champon, Bia South constituency benefited. That is one here from Mr. Tay, Golf Estate. Come on, no, the free and no, the buy. Musa Batua. As one I say, I've listened to media budget review debate on the floor of Parliament. I've come to a firm conclusion that President Kufuor and Bawumia have finally landed Ghana to HEPIC. According to the Bloomberg report, we second most highly indebted country in the world. Musa Abattoir and Odiano Adebaye. Need 100 points na Ghana Montie so no so gwe. I'm when he fit I say President Nana Akufo-Addo is working hard to solve Ghana's problems. But former President John Mahama and his MPs are still blaming the government. Why? NDC. Never again. Need 100.9. Kwabra Boamie Twaso.
Abusuafo baako a aka mu wɔ insight anim ha ɛyɛ Professor Stephen Ade ɛna wɔka kyerɛ degree holders a wɔawiewie school a wɔde application letters ɛkokɔ akɔnkɔfo office dwa nkɔfo asom ne sɛ
ɛsɛ adwuma ba na
wɔfa kwasi wɔso wɔn nya no wɔn nkɔ carpentry na ɛyɛ pa carpenter adwuma no ɛyɛ sɛ noa na Yesu ne papa Joseph no wɔyɛ. And the carpentry work, no, I am one of the best work here. As will be a community degree holders here. Mukra application letters from office to office. A move down of Wasumuno. Munyai. Srada, and Poneboy, I say.
I see.
10 saw a chisel. And the accessible by Empoya.
I could even call him Sambra. I mean, come on, so na me Sambra na. I don't pay it for ya. Can krata. George Kufu Dampare, PhD, that's Inspector General Police. Actually, Nina Ghana Police Service. One more response to Nansei research bia. Ejumeko baby and say Ghana Statistical Service for the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime. Say there be quite a Ghana Police Service for Afasono. And yet, now, Yanni Mary Ada, or a programs manager, Ghana Integrity Initiative, any come IGP Ghana Police for response, Senator Mary Ada, some more crab about NIT FM. So, never called yet. So, well, so, meaning when you brush that can kind IGP Ghana Police Service for response, if you show more. Jumako Bemi and some Kabu Moye, Ghana Statistical Service for the 2J. Said there be, and never be one more engine to send your Muke. Is it not right? I quite idea not to idea no Debia Ghana Police, but see, I want more Yama Bibi, this is Ghana Police Service for now. I said research be a baby, no, nice here, almost ready kind.
You, we are and now it's baby. I was sharing our share and all my equapa and young saying Ghana put 4%. That's yet 10 years, even though the target warriors and me I think one more almost can no matter what we need a war Anna. Now, what was the police information agenda? I want to about transparent abortion. What bad one more if it could be. And any amount for experiences are not responsible. And to one hour contact institutions and on 88%, a little over 88% cancer institutions in Yako. Now, and I would hear the now. That is almost 6%, 6.7% of the population. I said, almost that would hear would hear to one of those institutions. And now, your work for say institutions now would guide them this institution, and this in the work. It is not a be a name, and so as fast as that's a no question me. Ghana for 7 back na year nimbu esu ye BB%. Yeah, all you know award I think na near you know say and the abuba eba again no and no I perception survey and also survey Ghana for or what two at the and tonight and police yeah any one transformation against ODD Mano. And I said at this time I was so sorry the need to not almost a boom compound for again yeah not by and down. Now my as to say Usha Ghana Police Service and yet bribe no and one take a bribe here can what and for police station and you failing any what you have to do if you go and now for Nadia Jessica you know you and one entity police department your recruitment and what a cook people be doing that that's the cry at the end of it and I said as to see yes in the moment they bring now or what you want with that was I worship and my yes and my word and see as some and again I want them and then then come a pathological issue and now police access what here there was so much institution now what you say and these don't be false people are almost
But I mean, Nyomo can say somehow a toss Mary. IGP HSA. Idea way senior debia in Shimunuba economy. And just to quote what Okan or see, we want to place on record that we are passionate about this because the continuous empirically and scientifically unsubstantiated labeling of the police service as the most corrupt institution in the country only goes to feed this perception and damage the reputation of the service as well as weaken the morale of its personnel. Yes, I mean, watch him. Nyama bebre honoma wamoya. A man who said the police is corrupt. But is it also not a fact that there are so many of the institutions in Sua? We also know that they are very corrupt. But it is because of this research they be about police for into Obi and Ghana for so be brave so tell me that no mom crash you. Obi ha onim Mary Ada, Obi onim Kwesi Aboagye. And so onya TB on you see on married or to say. Who could be say uni Mary we she and say or see married to say. No no they can anti onimu but nia wate no so de nam no so kan oh sa married dey say not here. Mary on penny pa o Mary o si oche no sa no de nam no kan. And so onhia wo da kra ne won kasa ada. Enti sa perception no and IGP so kan wasem say yes, ade a akwai setiti ade but stereotyping de bia enti yes ama hwem no kra koso a amanfo no nya abotrempo nka so kiwa police may be in the past corrupt they may be still corrupt but be anti first no one must so suban but because of our research and more police no
but so the of gather now they are supposed to begin the process of transformation policy. Now let's stand up and see again what my mentor as a main and maybe That police yeah, yeah, almost one more one year. And you want one person who say fine. Now, yet, almost by a move on your conference to excellent. I won't. In fact, there won't yet. There's a got that. Thank you. Crown off. Yes, you find the more formal research you know. Therefore, you are found. So, move to say, yes, young cat. But every uncle, I am not exception. But they are true. And then the Ghana's and I'm making say, out of 88% of the population, about 7 said they have a bad institution. And we see the based on the 7%, what can be to an institution. And the year, and I say, na ɛwɔ ɛyɛ na yɛ de atraeɛ ɔre a akata eni ɛwɔ ɛno sɛ yɛ it will reduce morale yɛ na reduce morale na professional a na kwan mu a ɔgu adwumakuo no ho yɛ na reduce morale sɛ wobɛkɔ adwumakuo mu na wopɛ sɛ yɛbɛboa wo na say yes, idea those are the ideas should be yes, and no zero service no I can't I just say yes, but it's one forever. And yes, we will attack the safety and not go into yes and generally, the class of what I find the water proportional. People say when it comes when the it is and I say you're gonna have this one. Oh, I also say, I mean, one of the court justice can say, for us, a woman. Obiara do what I did, and then it makes us out. And nobody don't want, but they just employ you. I was here, they need to and I should say, as I say, I put them all together. And what you bet too for what the kid now. I just in the democrat. Oh, fine. But do you say that you're pretty much a found about them and then it was a open now it's static takes away from the focus that our now only find American yeah boss that's a but they my I just say it's something what if would not
Amanatiko, Mary Ahumano, Mumfanche, Chifo, na MC Emunshadanti, Papa, Enyajin Hokra, Mary Ada, Programs Manager, GII, that's Ghana Integrity Initiative, na Yeneno D, and Komaka Cry, Fap, IGP, Krata, Washro, and Shishimwa, course, so Ghana Statistical Service, Nansia, Betoja, corruption, police for Kaya, Wamu, AD, and so Moda, Astrono, Wanyintum, Yanni, Mary, and Common. Very fast now, one more HTC, a kakra.
You.
Now, quite say, I view IGP 97.
And that, and now, and we don't have now make up people yes, now one. And I said, service, larger pattern will be methodological questions. I want to hear them, and then see away. And things like that. Now, after police are not direct or written. And the other almost some methodology. na almost Ghana. Now, yes, yeah, what benya. I think to put all to bed. That's just finally for one. No money. And yes, being yes. There's a one animal and can back up. Almost yeah.
Okay. All right. Mary, but that's it. We see I'm sure pay. Mary Ada of GII and in the Dean Komokakra need 100 points. Now Ghana Montie so and was you go in painful so transiane sana yashe your discussion no asi anope awo dwumedie so na adwenchene bi eda so anam say by way of text messages no my main kind be emfa mamo JDM and Jinana Pokwajman wherever they are you should take heart for God will bring them back for good governance in 2025. That is Alai Baba, Body Free Medina, and Odiano Edbai. Please kindly ask Honorable Eric Opoku that during the end this year, were they not exporting goods and commodities from foreign countries? You mean importing? Or say exporting? Yao Barnier Jampranchu the second, and Odiano Edbai. IMF or not, MPP is better than the NDC 10 times. That's government pillar 2, NOD free, not a buy. Robbie Fashion, this gem says NDC will not come to power in 2024. In Shaba and Nelka, was say on a more serious note, the government led by President Aneko Fado has done marvelously well in all sectors. I don't think any government can match to their policies and achievements. Okay. Because he asked the Hajj board to explain why people have to pay 50 Ghana cedis before joining the plane. The MPP should also take this matter serious. If not, that is one here from Baba Tema. So they're charging 50 Ghana cedis for what? If you have to board a plane from where? From Saudi Arabia to Ghana or from Ghana to Saudi Arabia. Which is which? Maybe you should come with some more details on that one. Pichi Brim from Abranco, OT region, COVID-19 and Russia, Ukraine are never the problem of Ghanaian economy. Our big problem is the NDC. We're able to get rid of the NDC, things will be better. That's Pichi Brim, NODWay Edaba. If both the NDC and NPP have failed Ghana, then the NDC should give us a break. Dr. Kaiko UK, message in too clear. What exactly are you trying to say? Need 100.9 Ghana Montie Suni. Eba.
And some quote to call Bata, assume said don't change the Maja, assume Ghana Montie Jumedia so, a neat
Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie, Ghana Montie. Ghana Montie, all the Sampa Cassia Bo, Kowaka Tamansa, Amaya Sa, Cassia Waye, Onye Yimu, the Cretrodo, Kamadim and Kamadinibo, Nita Fair, my NTA, Cassia Waji 100.9, Kwesi Bonque.
Studio Manum saying Benjamin Jew up here. MPP communication team member at now say that sharing Malik Adama NDC communication team member and Felix Mante, Director of Communication for PPP, say on bed joining. But Mamima Benghazi Akwaba. Benghazi.
Our for darling boy.
Akwaba.
Me who watch papa na you better to me in a ase say ono wakwo na wasan so eno aba bedru asumdwe mu. Me did say wetiefoɔ afro pa wafidi ekwa chire pa
that's not
some of the text messages or modeba ni ade nyina no ade bia nkranhye de ma adwuma nti yebekɔ so abomo abaso memchia ofa kwabna mafo so ene ne nwuma pa moboma oman Ghana no pe
na And I mean, he has said, I'm a video back. Obem say, Jumedi be a only John Boyd no Dini Jumedi.
Yeah.
And he said, na campaign I'm more launch here.
Yeah.
He's OG campaign. Marry.
Well, offer.
Akwebi,
John do melody nana.
Debbie, Akwebi, MPP. The man was bold. Or say, Omutu Abanwi and MC one of those. I don't know whether I constituency DNA today. Or say why, or say me Tias my
Over. Well,
one can so lose you or say my
or Tias worry. Well,
also two. The Abano almost you know two.
In fact, yeah, moment dear, no crania me name. Me moment surprise me kakra na adia me de hye me ho kran ne ofa say John asem o kan say nyina no we should fear delegate because ye hwe ndwuma pa yera John Boedu abodi ama party 2 times oni akọ ana wakọ akọwi ne di ama yen ofa na o hwe the way a ho kekanete e stadium honom na you could clearly see say na problem kakra obo baby. But you better nyamiase. In fact, last week we quickly or the congratulatory message abba say obeboa in any capacity a party ne behwe de aboan in the build up for 2024 elections. No mo friend and opo enyumre obeba. No wasan so congratulate your friend is saying a new executives no. Me gidi say baby ayedru no nkabom in here. Yenua JFK Justin Frimpong Kudian so yebefa ben akwe so congratulate no na omo ba no igidi se ne hia ne se of a ratio ne se 42-43. That means say there is a section of delegates that still want John Boedu and now JFK winning by 43 so sure a 1% difference yeah yerhwe ne se obetumi amaji 2 camps in John Boedu camp and JFK camp no na yetumi move forward what you say of a coverama for there me ni hia meka kire no but etiefo ni medwuma Paul boy de ma JFK but enye na me chini time say yenko me ne nko John Boedu honum na mbram but ye beda nyame ase say baby ayakwa akodru no yen nyina no yen kan ye hombom because adwuma no eden yen say ni ayeku atia no ye NDC na MPP mu de ye ko abusuan tokwa wi a yen nyina ye kase anim na yetumi aforge ahead enti baby omo behia he bia no ye de aye ready ye beboa JFK Justin Frimpong Kodua na succeed pepe ma 2024 no yetumi awini power bill eno ne ye da so na ye beda obibia nso oba especially a police for mo de bambo ene enwoma gu akwan mu yanti bibi boni bia ewo stadium honom na yada MPP newly elected executives no last week this week na bi edi ni birthday o she president any chief of staff any new executives so mo call ni fie ekokotwa cake no krampa na ya ahomka trese yakontokwa na wi. It is time to move ahead. It's time to forge ahead. Na yenko pretumi ni yansanso nyede. Yemfamboa oman Ghana. Induma pebi a ye di ama Ghana no. Yetumi atoa so. Eno na ehia yen. Anye ne saade e beye den kakra. Nti nkaboma na ye hwe over.
Me ba na yenshen komanasi yenko media budget review. Before mema wakwenya no ahyase no mamen kenkan comments ni bi emfama etie for so messages ni bi ade aba na masaba so na the media budget review, no, the Ashasi. Adolf Hitler Medina says, in fact, I don't agree with some of the recent report from CDD Ghana, especially the report from Office of the President, 55%, and the EC. How many people get the opportunity to go to the presidency and how many elections have the EC conducted? Mustafa Loa Manya Krobo says, the way Electricity Company of Ghana is treating the good people of Krobo land is not going to solve any problem. It will rather create more problems. So there must be measures put in place and stop this total blackout. Mustafa and Odiano Edibaye. Bravo IGP. This habit of denigrating hitherto dignified institutions for especially institutions, especially the police and the judiciary, is demoralizing. These institutions are what we have. Let's encourage them. That's K answer. Eddie free asaman kasi and they buy. Big tutor from Ashaman. So the police service is denying the fact that they are the most corrupt sector. Or what? When? Okay. I don't get the other part of it. So. Pablavi from KWASI Benghazi says, we know that it's some MPP bigwigs who are behind Atubiga's Liberation Party. They influenced Atubiga to create his Liberation Party out of NDC party. They have sponsored him with big money, but their evil work won't succeed. Pablavi, KWASI Benghazi, NOD free, NOD buy. Benjamin Jewu appear of the NPP at Transi Ohanam saying Malik Adama of NDC and Felix Mantin, but Mamini Benghazi and Shas here. Media budget review.
Yeah.
So far.
What for me first akwenya so enchia woni watiefo ene baby a wafidi kese kokoduru na anope ya babetna hanumi ye be ekoso ada President Akufo-Addo ase ene na bedi akire Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia njuma pa omobo ema oman Ghana of a media budget review bibia enye bibi foforo na constitution ne ma ho kwan say finance minister no edru baabia afinin fimfim honom baabi obetumi aba na ode yensika semo ho ene budget a yaye edi aba abaye den edi aba abetudwa na yetie ne say ye finance minister finance minister bia kasi ye nyina ye bomodin na ye bona baso ne ye tanechi ni njuma pa oyema de oman oyama oman Ghana over media budget review asempa yen government led by the competent Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo nshisheya omodi atudwa ebeboa ema oman Ghana afa ne ntempefra na ohwe budget ni ma ne aba beye te se akwakoye kasakakra ewo kromo no the introduction or the reintroduction of the toll booth in certain parts of the country. Eno ena ama ibinomo astarte kasa. Now I will address that. Now toll booth in some semia ye kan ho asemi offer. O share the whole budget ya eba ya. Eye adia President Akufo-Addo determined say Obema omaino afa ntampefra because of COVID ene enyoman kitinkiti bi ede ahokyere kakra abawi asimo no ode nyoma egu akwan mu kyerɛ sɛ at the end of the day no ye nyina no ye betumi anya ho mfaso wo hwɛ petroleum sector ho nsɛm wɔ honom aban de nyoma egu akwan mu to ye to yi tema oil refinery the way yanka say kakra ye beye ni yetumi refine ye oil wa hanoma aban diska kwa akɔhyɛ honom side na ade ba konso a amankofo kasa napco na kasa ni in fact be 3 years ago na ye yadwene say ye de bananka ye so mbebu a omuni adwuma ewo ye friend saying wo Ghana hanom omawie school omotena fie na ohwe yera former president Mahama Abreso a NDC fo Abreso a mebu no binum ti ko bi a friend unemployed graduate association for the very first time where country mu hanom ye hu bi da sakuo no ekyere se omawie school binum wo mu degree binum wo mu masters binum wo mu PhD ba sebe omu enye adwuma nye no omu figa na afene nyina ebeye den eba beye kuo na sa kuo na omu ye no ɛna ɔmo tu ne din Unemployed Graduate Association of Ghana. Asa Unemployed Association of Ghana no offer. Na kyerɛ sɛ aban no ndwuma a ɛsɛ ɔde ma mbɛbu no aban ni enya ho sika a ɔde yɛ saa nneɛma no. But yɛyɛ baayɛ no ɛsan sɛ na mbɛbu no dɔɔso nti yɛdwene mbɛbu ho no ɛne yɛbɛte NAPCO no. NAPCO no every month biara no obiara nya mu 700 Ghana cedis. Ɔmo creative models, Enterprise Ghana, Education Ghana, Health Ghana, nneɛma models ni deɛ bebree na aban ɛfa ho ka. Nti wohwɛ a ɛmafo if your friend saying ikuromu ɛhyew na ɛwɔ kurom no ɛba fam kakra. Na your friend is saying finance minister ɛde to dwa sɛ NAPCO no baabi akɔ akoduru no ɔmo de ɛba na ewieye na saa asɛm de pɛkura mpo ne sɛ baabi a obiara wɔ no ɔmo make provision sɛ saa nkɔfoɔ no baabi ɔmo wɔ no ɔmo bɛfa wɔn wɔ adwuma mu already NAPCO trainees ni adeɛ no they have retained more over oko GRA last year GRA nko afa NAPCO trainee over 2,000 ɔmo a na ɔmo yɛ NAPCO nko ano ɔmo absorb ɔmo ɛwɔ GRA system nim na sisia no their permanent staff ɛwɔ GRA oko VRA same NAPCO for ya oko Rich Hospital same NAPCO for ya
government payroll
no me patch say last year mpona kesi etwem there was an extension but already aban ye government no at the directive by say NAPCO trainees na ɛwɔ hɔ nom no instead of say ɔmbefa new recruits no ɔmofa NAPCO for na ɔmo system no mo na ɔmo nya ɔmo permanent staff ɛno na aban ɛyɛ ya ɛma mmebu bebree ɔmo ho ayɛ den adwedwe ɔmo na sisia no sikasɛm ɛne akotuasɛm ne nneɛma a hokyerɛ kakra bɛn no yɛde ba wieye however ɔmo say nkɔfoɔ binom a ɔmo system no mu dada no they should continue with their job they wouldn't be going home which is a very good one for us. NAPCO no ho ensem na eba ye no allowance bia wo ho bia no finance minister so ometua ni nyina omo di akamu a emba ye nyina no waka o media budget review no say they will pay all those allowances any sa sika na akamu ni nyina no ometua di amom na che say aban adwene mbebon ho over media review no esan so touched about the fact say baby a yeduru no ye ne private sector ebe partner ewo roads bi a yebeye den yebeye ho adwuma sa roads na yebeye ho adwuma esan say enye aban ko ani sika no de beye no na private sector enso edi ni sika beka ho nti no ebehia say private sector no obeye ni sika back sa sika no obenya back no baby a private sector ebeye na adwuma bia na obedi road to set ma motorway no so say no omodi road toll booth ne besan so aye den akọ honom ama aban tumi anya sika edi etuasa private sector ne ka ana private sector for no omodi omusika edi share sa road eyin mu no omusa kan yin no
yenesi for my message about
ye say ya offer ye ni say ya na private sector for no boa anka me gidi say anka ye roads bebre no ombetumi aye what you say a good call na yen so aban mu nase na yen kwsoa emfam paibontan na chi because the president Akufo-Addo eye de ama o man president behind the honoma waba otumi aye
Idasi Benghazi and Mamima Malik Adam of the NDC Akwaba, Felix Mantie of PPP so Akwaba. Felix Akwaba.
Offer yenu.
Mehu se obana enim now account phone so we need address because we say bibi akoto accounts na we need address say dey ade ko dey now say show full steps in am say na Felix money tissue we say ahwe no poli
over there
okay bibi akoto account
over go mi ji anjia we tie for anywhere for
just
let me ji Benghazi ni Malik any with team nyina mincha Progressive People's Party chitafo nyina especially national chairman na obagwazi na me kan when Abraham is a Abraham na mo interpretation wo IGP ne ni thesis review and na make kan review na
be baso be baso
bidu la be na mesria be hu kura ze uju
baso Malik
obagwazi
Before Malik Baba.
Progressive people, you're not 10 years.
Oh, I see.
Now, Ashanti region for Edis to Masons from special.
Okay.
As part of your anniversary celebration. You bet class or Elmina do. But my more Ashanti for Abaso. Or much I say, and you say, party be almost stronghold be a that. Name Mono. Omota party a alternative adi impuntu na bebreo.
Okay.
Ntino ombe boy pa try say afia dey animu ni ebubo bane dey anti region. Omni Progressive People's Party ebe twi atafre.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Malik Akwaba.
Yeah.
Na boko there.
Yeah, me adum na unsu.
De gusunga krankra.
Yeah, hu wa check akra.
Tiam ne
check. Bi
chika.
okoye na hot say.
Ya me adaroma boko.
Yeah, da nyam.
Me adaroma.
Akwaba.
Yeah. So mami nyina so na yanhwe media budget review menji kakra mfi so.
Master Kwesi me that. The edika ma menchia on my opinion dada. Any the good professor yourself na menchia me colleagues me no mo wa ha. Na menchia Mark Jerry so. Em say only ha no obo 5 pa.
Sure.
Yeah or no.
Yes.
Em say a media review, budget review. Aye nyina ye nim no ade bia ahyede say every finance minister no or say obekire oman no the yaye any the pese area. And you share a Capture World Act 2016 Act 921. Whether he likes or not, a mandatory say it was a obechere yeah or any day it was a moving forward. Fine. But wakasa bibri. Na strangely no. Any media review in na ye nim say aban aji overdraft of 22 billion Ghana cedis from the which obi nim and that we kra na nka esie. Enye say oba parliament say oba media reviewer anka obi nim. But me feel say things of such nature no. Sometimes I will say a core representative more. That's parliament. Now parliament is where normal prove because we have quantum of the manner can is huge. Very, very huge. That's over roughly about $2.5 billion now. That's what we are talking about. Omo from Central Bank, which is strange. Now Adiba Konsa Osankai they will partner. There will be pool on the new, the word is new constructed rules. And on him say about bash, so or are the motorway. And now maybe say be breeze. Ghana you say, oh follow me for the past 2 months. Always na me can say you hear ska. You soon e-levy. But you are closing down too, sir. Am I a lot of money? Just imagine. Average cars a moving to my motorway was budgeted at 97,000 cars. And to peg an average of even one city, a car daily we are making. But also scanning is sufficient. Also, no, your friends say, E-level, only the E-level, E-level gave us about 58.5 million Ghana cedis. 2 months in your money, 97. Just the 2 months, 97. So that's times 6, even 106, and it's less than 1 billion. Yeah, projected 6. That is what we are having. So why this small income every baby have no? Why stopping in just because of politics? Forgive my word, it doesn't make sense. Until well say, see new constructed road to be poor. Fine. Some of us say we need money to develop and places such as the motorway, such as the Kasua, Nsawam Road, they should be restored back. Because not only the new constructed roads, they should be restored back so that at least Krono Benyeska, Ghana Benyeska, able to make use because we need money. There are a lot of things Ajina and Queen. Ebina Nab Kofui Kukum 9 months in pay. It means that Benghazi was struggling. You employ 2,000, you employ for statistics. Now I'm sorry. You employ up to that figure. Absolutely no. I'm sorry.
Source way.
Mami sources.
I mean, GRA. I quoted from GRA.
Where is it now? Read it
I quoted from GRA.
No,
you have phone? Oh, phone.
No, read it for us. I'll give you my time for you to read it.
No, Messi BNF King from GRA. The
number that wasn't the topic.
But what's the argument here, Sisia?
The argument is that GRA Alpha over 2,000 staff of the NAPCO, and I'm telling you, it's false.
Monsieur GRA,
it's false.
You guys don't read. Anonymous problem.
It's false. Oh, Bamia said we don't. But Bamia himself don't read because he makes false statements. Every opportunity he
gets. But Bamia is in a discussion this morning. I agree.
That's why he's telling the person who said we don't read Bamia, who always make false statements. Somebody who's supposed to be academia, everyday false statements. No. So media review, moving forward, I think we should be factual and we should be transparent because the state of the economy now, we need transparency so that everybody will come. But the Uye Nyema Nicodemusly, people supporting becomes very, very difficult and very, very. But I think back what I like about it is that the new constructed roads will be told. That one they arm for it. And also, some of the tools are because my employment is an unemployment. I'm from Mudi Omoka. Disabled for we you do Omoka be 3 months, be 4 months. I ain't you Omoka before my son Pamomo, Monsantifi. And to say, be on Benny Juma, yeah. No Omoka no say be on Betchen Kakran. And Ghana as a whole to know will raise some revenue from the tool. So I think moving forward, that is what I took from.
Okay.
What's the name?
Media budget review.
But what I don't like is what they've hidden, the 22 billion overdraft that they took from Bank of Ghana. And overdraft, when you read economic very carefully, overdraft is also classified as
this year, they also want a new economic term, overdraft. Bank of Ghana for say net claims. We see overdraft.
Net claims, no problem. What is it? Is it not the same thing? They took over. Is it not the same? They are just polishing the word. But you know, it's also a term used as you've cut money. When you go economics, yes. Cutting of money, go to economics never. We have 3 types of cutting of money. One is the physical one, overdrafts by the government, bonds issued by the government to various banks in the Bank of Ghana. They are all cutting. And you know, Dr. Atuforsin can say, the terms of matreska in economics is fact. When you Google now, it will give you. That is the term. Into matreska, illegally. So. But this government is fond of doing illegality too much. It's one too many. It should be transparent. Thank you.
Malik Midasi, Papa, media budget review, home, come on here, share. Mamima Felix Montie, and Felix.
Yeah, Minu Akwesi.
Yeah.
I asamu. Na asam na eye no nyina no enya asam ade anije ene abotoyam ema Ghana fo nyina ameka ho maleka ho Benghazi so ede eka ho yinti ayeto abama ban eye sey nyina obetumi aboaboa oman na no akọ a certain direction amamfuntu aba na me de discuss aban we yes, it's never going to happen. But so long as say we so for 6 years there, or the second year bakumi nubia, you bet me abona baso. But on a scale of 1 to 10, I don't think say abano abona homodi 10 being the highest. Abai or more than homodi to the level where you bet me akase. I had a Debbie. Or below average. But near Tia Amasadi wing in Aquacoba and the media budget review. Home commodie Aquacobe say Euro Furiata government say and yet review of the budget. Name of non say budget statement, media budget statement. But invariably at the end of the day, the bottom line, one of my more kind say it's going to be a budget statement. At the end effect, and we say a statement because the variables be more, they didn't remain where they are supposed to remain. For instance, wo end of year GDP growth, and you know, baby, as I say, you have reviewed it. You need to know what assumption, no conversation. Are they Magana for say? It wasn't a budget review. It was a statement. You know. Initially, now, Kasano on the start, you know, not what floor the whole argument. And you know, Obi biara or be far conversation around it, or be some pass a comment on it. You know, have a mindset. A better say no. Person be cannot create. From baby they actually Ghana for. Because I don't need a reviewer. Make it clear. It doesn't matter say who baby be says kafo for and I say be says kafo for. Because at the end of the day, we expenditure is we revenue be generating. The figure was altered for the budget I would deliver to us. So it was definitely a review and not a statement. That is number one. And number two, looking at the content of the statement and as a review now, Yura Kenoforiata Edibeto Abontin say a buying one more O2 and then you 2 for the past 6 months, Yura 2022 muina. Who clearly say the initial comment pronounce say reporting on the economic status of the country, you know, a painful. A painful now who cause of KWASI. The pain na painful. Na who cause because you have made us to understand clearly, say we are more competent than the Progressive People's Party. And in Tinia, they are member of the share one side. Oh my God, na 40 I say policies new programs are be good at they be moving away from taxation to production. The employment there, ube create pem. Amobia we use school when you be then. Aye. Adriane ebe buso. Factories ebe scatter wo district bia. Ya kwan nyina ebe den. Ebe because enka yenye sika. Aye about 20 billion or more and that's 120 billion at 10 times. Aban no ede akwaku wuro mu eye ka no. Enka ye wona na wote so a interchanges a obeye no obeye bi wo region bia mu amaskani bia ka obesi hospitals pempem amaskani bia ka obesi school adan nyina amaskani bia eden aka it is a new kasa now say oh yes say after 6 years of governing this state managing the affairs of the country now say me yes say me kan oman no ho esikasam e de akere mo no wa na waye enya me na mkokoye e na sa nsunsanso we abaye so say inflation and number be any number. Say CD depreciation and number be any number. Some man for unemployment and also 15% and also the number be any number. Now when you na so a finance minister ya because say no oni na so the beka say my yard. And na ya. And there is nothing more, nothing less. But going forward, you know, on send ya omo be den. E beto to minus kasam ni onade. Na ensunso boni amfamre. Minus. Now, in your back, some of us, yes, but say, finance minister no be touch it on. No, you baby, they call. But before them, I mean, more Nabasu said, he was bold to say, we're banning the exportation of grains. Now, export to grains in your mind, mobile. It's a good thing. And I want my way. However, always banning the exportation of grains.
I hate banning export.
That is a question too. But it doesn't matter. It's a step in the right direction. But Niana can say. I
was just going through Russia embassy for a tweet number 2. And him say, yes, various.
Import to free Russia. Any other countries, you know.
So I'm say they be
products are imported. You see many food items.
I'm see they be buying say Russia.
And they cause you a problem.
James no.
I don't think no money. Sad and they buy. But how much a document how much countries baby importations if you know not what share items are important now. Majority of them are food items.
Yeah.
The fast moving consumer goods. And Russia about I think is it about 70 million, that's $570 million was so imported.
It's 92
and $1 million. And they imported free Russia. So they could not be blamed for
that's
our
pasta, wheat, sugar, and confectionery, poultry, sunflower oil, and agricultural food.
Enti no, near a woman ye say, so share sa food items na cause a problem am I with an import bill of about 2.something billion. Senka, yeah, planting for food and jobs. And now say one district, one factory. And they see a focus on any of these items. Ushemwa sugar na ekesepa. Any oil na ekesepa. And he focuses solely on any of these items. Uncle Fagwesi, import bill na so mafoma. Rice. Millions of dollars. And these are the things Uncle budget statement in Numuno. Talia. Ebisu friend Macron.
Talia is Talia.
I mean, money watch any Talia. So, Sanyama way and some of us are teacher, finance minister. No, you bet he say all direct government policy towards dealing with them. Papa, so now you are making references to 2016, 2014, 2013 incidents where no one lives there. And no one give you experience of how to live your life today. Now you are still dwelling on those issues. Then I sometimes don't get it. The OSHA indices are policy are buying fiscal policy are buying years and could be achieved within this year. Review here the buy. They are failing in all. Not even a single one. And I will say, achieve. Failing in all. Now, if you are a finance minister of Akwasi, now what targets? Who are performance, and I say key performance index. Not those performance KPIs, no. You have realized that you are not achieving them. Are you supposed to be there? Of course, performance. At the end of the day, you are being assessed. Not at the end of the day, you are not performing to what is expected of you. You want to stand crap with human and say, "Man, you are there." Why necessary? We now catch us. Paying for fat you want me who so. Yeah, Mama, Mashaman, you Yama, my yibi, but Mama mention, and yes, tin. So, in Yama, minister, no debate to a bonting. Any near all year as a minister or manager in Sikasem, any economic policy near Adinano. They are entirely and I'm changing. So in some of us, yeah, dream sell uncle on one can on channel. No before from your day, Emma Metra. Now, a funnel bringing back the toes or whatever, not bringing it back there. Mother, one hour can't was them. Anyone who says a buabo, it would have been better for him to just apologize to Ghanaians. Like I said, they did wrong calculations because he levy a failing. And you know, you per se a Sunday back. It's for Ghanaians, not for the money, it's for Ghanaians, not for you. And the ancestors of money, you are who are now say, a ferries or casse, they call him a siaba. Number two, because he levy a failing, we are dying a failing. We are dying, it will not be able to achieve the target as it is expected. People rather bad image as a government. Bad image. And if a policy is giving a government a bad image, I don't see the reason why the policy must remain. And what I mean here, and then say Deputy Finance Minister say, and as a Bank of Ghana governor knows why say it's too early to call for a withdrawal of the e-levy and as a cancellation of the e-levy or whatever. And for a year before. It's neither here nor there. The onset of the policy it's not the best. I fail it. And it's immediately, no, save image kakrano. Just withdraw it. Na and mindful who say yes, you are having something to cushion the ordinary person. And until there is hope. Other than that, policy I'm the to budget review and assess budget statement or the better any economic hardship cedi to dollar rate ye koso amanfo nya adwuma nya ni esika sema ye basa aduane bo eye den na niema ye basa idie it didn't offer us any hope ye betumi aka say ye som ni ya pagya na ya boa no man na ye den atimi akodanim
that's it ye ba ni aba be ko enim I mean kind comments ni bi emfama metie for na yemra yento aso e wo hanom say the matter is very simple. Dr. Bahamia and Akotoifi and Alan are all in the economic management team. They have failed Ghanaians woefully. To present any of them to Ghanaians in 2024 elections is like going into the bed with an itching anus. You will come out with smelling fingers. That is one here from Shaibu from Kaswa. NDC party has never supported anything good thing from the MPP party because it's their policy to just throw dust into the eyes of Ghanaians. I said SOR because of it's very early in the morning. It's very early in the morning. That's why I said SOR. I disagree with the position of police being the first corrupt institution. The presidency is the most corrupt institution and share. Okay. Musa Kamasa and Zoma Dreji. I don't get the other part of it. Yeah, Yanko anyway, na Yemra Yemerhe. I'm say now Chimu CDD Ghana at the Afro Barometer at the Ababa 200 say. Before that, I see Ghana Statistical Service ni Shraj ni another organization. Almost almost 200 say. And I pay you din komo and then Felix Okanwasem said IGP response to it. This AI ADBI said they be a Ghana Police Service for and omo corrupt Ghana Police Service for and omo corrupt. Na ofye CDD Ghana Afro Barometer ye ba ya. Na ofye the various institutions here oho. Police Service, Office of the Presidency, Members of Parliament, Judges and Magistrates, Tax Officials, Electoral Commission, Civil Servants, MMDCs, Business Executives, Assemblymen and Women, Traditional Leaders, Religious Leaders, Public Media, Private Media, Non-Governmental Organizations. I dare say they are embodiment of the society of Ghana. These are a representation of Ghana and Kasa. And we share a chat now. CDD Ghana, dear, especially on the two now. They say there's not even a single institution. And I say, ABA corruption, umunya zero. Bako. I saw for crowd, umunya zero. Religious leaders, umunya zero. Which means that at the end of the day, do no dear. Critical. Felix, I'm just infused.
Yo, of course, me that's of course. Sometimes me the conversation, a commenter about research ne the way a man for a tuto a guma yampia ne argument rejecting, accepting and all those things are conclusion back open and draw say maybe most of them are almost argue. They fail to appreciate what research is the purpose of it, the benefit of it. It's not about it is only when we conduct an alternative or another researcher disprove the findings are a double thing. It's not about you, Abeka say, me question methodology, me question say identity, and I will project a binum say, you're more corrupt than any other thing. You have not done anything. You have not been able to criticize the report in any way. As a student of research, near ma come to understand, and I immediately say, PhD holder ni be near KWASI. Nti sometimes I sit back and I ask myself, but we are a researcher yourself, a PhD holder, we are a researcher yourself. So sometimes you need to appreciate signing your way. Pick the report, ASCDD report, and I say, Shrajane, Ghana Statistical Service report. Now, shine critically. Now, I say, were there any errors? And I say, any fallacies in the presentations now?
Then IGP pointed
IGP didn't point anything. The argument in the first place, in the first paragraph or second paragraph, admits the report say there is perception of corruption among the police service. What admission is one evidence. If you were to do survey, IGP Nankasaka or responder. Or responder is a survey report and a better hono. If you are doing survey report, survey research, and IGP Nankasaka is subject and a participant of people answering the questionnaire, the moment he says straight away, say, we admit there is perception of corruption among the service. Yamake, the report has marked. Say yes, it's an admission. And quantitative research. And at the end of the day, no, any part of do argue say, said there is perception, corruption perception, police mu, executive mu, parliament mu, the GRA mu, and compare one now why they the padodo akase some institution we there corrupt pa, some institution we there corrupt. Wie sa comparison any who need the edikan any who need the yede actually. And if CDD announce a Ghana Statistical Service such kind of research. No the barber to abonting actually the frequencies and then the percentages. And me who say, oh, say compare police for is number 1 on the chart. Nipa now responding to the questionnaire, I don't want to suspect say there's corruption there. And from so no what other research and you be to me the atoto near omodi be able to abontin say the perception out there no say police for more corrupt than any other institution, you know. A bit to me I contradict such a finding. If you don't give us data, you don't come and say oh and I reject it. You can't reject it just like that. It is out there. And then the argument of say, oh, and can we report, you know, come we research, you know, come to us and then yes, we fire input amount and send yes, we are here to curb the menace. That one is not part of the research. It's not a variable. It's not a variable in the research. So why must you make a request for it? Institutional request, you know, well, lay down the indices, the variables they are trying to collect data on. And the data they collected, you know, point to the fact, say, this is what we saw among the general public. So, what is the argument? And Ghana Statistical Service, and answer Afro Barometer for research, you know, and the group data. About draw conclusions on an individual. It's a fallacy. I will reject it.
He was drawing the attention to something like that.
There was nothing like that. Say they use a group data or individual data to draw conclusions on a group. No, it didn't happen. That one you call it an ecological fallacy, and every researcher will identify it. No matter what, say no, because you did this. It's not done in quantitative research.
IGP is saying. So let me just read this portion. It says, this suggests that there could be single or multiple contact. Did you treat multiple contact and single contact in the same way, knowing that this would affect the denominator of the corruption prevalence rate formula, and therefore the final percentage for each institution, and ultimately the ranking? For example, if there are 2 people and one of them has had only 1 contact with institution A, and the other had 20 contact with institution B. If we treat the 20 contact as 1 contact, then in institution A, there will be 1 contact. There will be 1 contact, and in institution B, there will also be 1 contact. If in institution A, the contact resulted in a bribe, then the prevalence rate will be 100%. And if in institution B, the 20 contacts are treated as one, then the prevalence rate will be 100%. So it continues and it's drawing attention
out of range.
IGP.
Out of range. The measuring variables, no. CDD and also Ghana Sasika service, no. At the buyer, were not to ask respondents, say, how many times have you paid, or now say, have you engaged or had contact with any of these institutions? Say they are corrupt or they are not corrupt. That's not it. A individual perception. What journey was institution way anything? It's not about contacts. The number of times an individual with a particular institution. No, I can say, they draw conclusions on the percentages of Sabia institution 1. Contacts, I buy main 10 times. But another institution, my call once, and to a higher 100%, a higher 100%. Meanwhile, the number of times at this institution, I had a contact, and then I perceived there is corruption. It also say, that is not the argument.
We want to place on record, and me, but we now, Jill, final. We want to place on record that we are passionate about this because the continuous, empirically and scientifically unsubstantiated labeling of the police service as the most corrupt institution in the country only goes to feed this perception, damage the reputation of the service, as well as weaken the morale of its personnel.
That is, he was just throwing punches. He is throwing punches in the air. Why am I saying that? Over question. There is an empirical research. A quantitative research, and a data no, and they are pointed to say a 4 and a 5 in your studio has say. My journey, a corruption home, science sushi, and they say yam. That's all for because you can say science sushi corrupt. Now Malik say corrupt. Now Benghazi say corrupt. I'm assuming say corrupt. At the end of the day, no. At any conclusion, they say nipa miensa say institution perceived to be corrupt, and that is the perception that a woman made here in my dream. And corruption perception, it is measured on a certain variable, about 2 or 3 of them. Said near nipano esusu, and in the experience so I wakwakunya with that particular institution, not necessarily say ebia nipano wakotua sika bi dia ma obi anse se otua o. Corruption definition, ebia no na yenti ase no your problem wo hunti na ebia ye challenge the report so I don't really know. It is say it even involves a position bi a wukuta to do something for another person a be benefit nipa no or you akasa. It's a different ball game altogether. And just get to
okay.
And you know, fun to say contact mu na perception a man for reporter by empirical reporter by no just say institution be corrupt. And it yempe akwan bi fasone solve a problem no. That is what you should be communicating. And I say discussion on the alcohol. But it's not about rejecting. That report is not going to feed into anybody's mind. I'm a nipano genuinely or bias will be because indeed sanity.
Felix,
yes, sanity. Let us treat some of these things with seriousness.
Benghazi.
Over.
Yeah. Research on corruption and police rejecting. Yeah.
CDD for no. Omumba kukrampo no honoma why any doctorate degree. Yes, I'm telling you this. Omumba kumpo ni honoma shamo omo board no.
Benghazi.
Why any doctorate?
Benghazi.
It is Benghazi. Over here.
Benghazi.
Remember over. When we are talking about an IGP,
Empacho,
doctor, why are you doctorate?
Hold on.
Not rejecting this research. What are you telling me, Felix?
Hold on. I think, sir, first of all, you don't have the full profile of
I have read about them. You
don't have.
I have read about them.
Let's not go on that tangent.
And most of these people, they are not even knowledgeable than Dr. George Akufu Dampare. Only obi awaye ni doctorate. Let me go Dampare ni biography now. Having passed the GCE honor advanced level examination in 1989, Dr. Dampare proceeded to study our PhD here. The basis of this, he's rejecting it. My analysis, you can challenge somebody when you feel, say, when their intelligence are not on the same level with you, and you have different perspective of what they are saying. It is if the IGP is rejecting this researcher, he knows what he's saying. So what are we saying here?
I'm not here. You are here. As panel member to comment on
the rejected report.
No, to comment. Bengazi, to comment on the issues. Me person no be debate, but who the kofa baby? I won't say final be.
No, me for baby. I'm taking it from baby. Me nuani fi ye besa. On TSC say, Dr. George Akufu Dampare a rejected report no. And I make a choice nipa krona wa rejected report no. Onye nipa hunu sao. Onu to akọ school. Wa ye ni doctorate. Itu patre say onu report no onwu se bibi boni e wo ma na say onu omo nya adwene a. Of course, are we saying say he shouldn't voice it out? Is that what we are saying here? It is then we need to acknowledge, say, he has the right to make such comments. But Felix is here telling your audience, they say, I have to send your Dr. Akufu Dampare in your Okano, he has no right to reject this report. No, but that's what you were saying. That is what you were saying.
Another evidence.
No, but
evidence to support his argument.
Is not the buyer.
Watch your young queen.
It is not the buyer. It says, no, Wafa, this CDD Ghana people, this CDD Ghana, what are they trying to achieve? They should tell us. What are they trying to achieve? Then, omo pese, omo Ghana institutions, yes, sir, and Tom Kofu Trim say, all these people are going to be corrupt forever. And also say they want them to change. In fact, what was the basis of this report on Modiaba out? That a whole country, you purge the presidency, second to corruption. Come on. No. Dabi. I'm telling you, sir, me, I have rejected this report. And in no terms, can these people and any of these agencies from who you can will come out with such reports? You person and tongue comfort him and none of them can answer more animal. So they want people to accept it to say these people are corrupt and that they can never change and answer them. And the whole presidency you pegged it at number 2. On what evidence? And on this hand remain
I'm for a drink here. That's what.
No, it's not Mama. I'm for a drink and say when you have no evidence
that presidency is corrupt.
That's what they say. More evidence in the same. Evidence in the same. Sampling data, no. Any idea now? This is a vague report. Anybody can do it. Obiabe to me, this report. Even the opposition National Democratic Congress can come out with such a survey. And it will be credible.
Respondents were asked, how many of the following people do you think are involved in corruption or haven't you heard enough about them?
Your report. Hearsay your report.
I'm getting...
No, hearsay your report, Anna.
They will give you microphone to...
No, hearsay your report, Anna.
What you are doing?
What am I doing? I said this report is vague.
Bengazi, I don't get what you are doing.
No, offer. Report here vague. That is my opinion. I don't care if you side with me or not. But to peg a whole presidency at number 2. No. I don't know. That is up to them. I feel that this presidency is so clean and they have never engaged in any bribery or corruption. Like the previous government, if this report, Sir Reporty, was based on Mahama Ford Saga and Kabetias here, because there was an evidence to that effect. What's in your American say? Presidency by Obian Koji Obiasika. Akufo-Addo hasn't gone to take anybody's money, none or his staff. It's in your money, bay. Me, I don't side with them. and I support the IGP Ekano. Say omo pese saa nneoma nyina no eton kofo tim say police for nurse san obai wa ye adwumaden eye ne ya ebia ontumi change 100%. But obai papa ya bon ho modern he has rebranded the police. Over Niami can say me boy catch him say me boy. What you say? Say Niami can me boy catch him say me boy.
Yeah,
no, you see,
because other institutions
or bon ho modern say or rebrand the police for no. Maybe I know much bribe first, but they don't even take it out. That is good. He cannot change everybody at once.
Non-governmental organizations.
What you are saying? So when you come out with such report, all I'm saying in say, please try as much as possible and continue to praise people and for there's going to be a new direction. Now, me can assume so of Abuaji feel say I'm not making sense. But this is not a good report. This is not a good report. I don't know what they are trying to seek.
It's not about. I think you are doing politics.
I'm not doing politics.
You are not doing any.
I'm not doing politics. I'm not doing politics.
Oh yeah, politics.
They take money from people and come out with sex surveys. Would they be happy? Say I obi to me tina baby. I'ma see the phone is car. So I'm going to be sa fa momo.
The problem is the presidency now.
Our police for one or more bomb home day. Down Paris is changing the game.
You are not comfortable saying presidency.
No, they say Obia born home day will have Obia what bonny do will have born home day. With time they can change, and I understand that.
Take the presidency out.
Presidency is out. And forever because Obia Kwaji ska Obia Kwaji Obia sika. I used to trust them, but I don't trust this report. I'm telling you, I don't trust this report. No. I don't trust this report.
I can't trust it.
No, I can't trust it. I don't trust this report. I don't trust this report. I don't trust this report.
Masterpiece.
That Pariba, you want your power or brand new police for 100%. He cannot change everybody. Then you peg him at number one. But the man has been able to change the police.
45%, 65% say. Police phone and 31 say.
No, I don't side with them.
Masterpiece.
I don't side with them.
22% say
I don't side with them.
No NGOs. They corrupt. And 59% say it be no more NGOs.
A presidency, the man.
They also took money from people.
Presidency, no.
CDD Ghana took money from the opposition party to brand the presidency and give it the wrong name.
55% say.
Black is not
corrupt, and 40% say, "Oh, presidency hono."
CDD is not credible.
Corrupt. It's argument, and I mean, I don't know. And then presidency D second. A binum say 40% say a binum corrupt, and 55% say presidency hodie. Charlie, a hobong, corruption.
And you're not Malik, Mamintio, Bengazi, I am Pacho.
Okay, see. Once I'm actually quiet. Strange, Ben. Too strange. I feel attack you, be hey. Master Chris, me started from the president, judicial before Baba, police. No, say presidency. First term of President Akufo, you were Krumha, and a member of parliament. A car say, the Opese Ukohu Akufo, which were between 30 and you were Krumha. And ya client, you can the Japan client. I have the video you have made by mouth, what Yati Sasamwe. Yati Nyama Bibria, a cause of presence here, associated with corrupt from a party. Yati. And it's a way you know a P. Nasa Master Chrissy. The way you know a P. Nasa research a conduct. That's a more final presidency as the second most corrupt institution of Krumha. Ubejia de Anawunjindi. Obi abejedi because obi denche mefinsumu abeka say bibi AC wonsu na ase wo a ogina abonte obeka say wonjindi enti no omo ba second no e trodo enokre ko yeti sa asem ache Kennedy Japan and a kind. Ukogia, President in your friends of Mufti or Mufti. Or no, or Jijiskano. Waka or Momo back, Mopa Monko Siuno. Also, G20, $30,000 and $40,000 before you see the president.
Oh, my patron, don't
Yeah, see those things. That is one aspect. Second aspect, you video PA. The president is in my packet. Who come my president, you know, Sika. Nasa who come my vice, Sika. You find your way. You was a video, no. Nyantichi Ekanye. And in there. You people want to take bribe. And to Mammy Casa. I mean, bribe. I'm going to be signed with BBC. Mr. President, have you taken bribe? You couldn't answer.
Benghazi. At your radio program here.
Thank you, Kwasi. Oh, you were from her. Nyantichi Casa, president, no. Upeso huna ko bribe no. Vice ko bribe no. You from her no kan. Waka. Ansa na eti daka. Enti no. Bribe to the presidency. And you knew. Yati happen. Yati. Enti say research aba nature say they place second place second. Obi abejedi because yati answer obi abejedi. We go to judiciary. I will make it short. Judiciary announce any research. Some number of judges be high court judges including appeal court judges were guilty. And maybe we cry the palm or more. But those times, you can't say judges are corrupt, judges are corrupting, you know. Judges, some more, can't say, you're corrupt. Now, me one David Anna, and a Chris Antonio or something, I forget. No, end this. I said, no, the judges were corrupt, judges descended on them. Until Anna is here in the investigation. Emma, yet chief judges real handed, so we are corrupt. Emma, yet pam ebinum. If you're any ebinum, the after the committee, no, you reinstate omo. And I can give you their names. And you're fair. I'm a bobo mudiamo. More corrupt. Into say judges on so bad Obi engineer. Obi engineer. But this trip, no, and that's not more threaten the death threat. Until ultimately, ne expose ni biub no. I can just be brave. Let me go to the police service. You see, let me tell you how research are made. And no, now Felix Epesa. Every research is based on the perception of individual majority. You print your research question and you have your target, but you pick the sizes randomly. And to pick his size randomly now what to questions no not the age bracket will be a question. ABR institution organ he no feel say corrupt. To be say me feel say police na dikaya. Our reason or say police and the same be say or see police na correct. And yes, or town police on the reason our car says police is correct. We be say third person or see police or on the reason or car say police correct. Because ABR we who cry what it until not take say police then correct. No what. But Dr. Dampari, you are a PhD holder. You know how research is made. So I beg to differ. We don't have to every research, office. So we just come to your office when we want clarity as to something we are not getting right, but not the research. What am I saying? And to me, bro, office, what for? What for? You are a PhD holder. Yes. And a banker PhD. For God's sake, what is PhD? People does PhD left and right. What is doctorate? What is doctorate? I should have graduated from PhD long ago. I defer to do politics. What is doctorate? So stop shouting doctorate. People have triple doctorate, double doctorate. I will give you. Let me give you my thesis. Why any thesis? What is doctorate? Basic doctorate. Doctorate are there. People had it, my friend. So no, you see, you are talking as if it is something.
It's something.
Yes, it is something, but people made it. People did doctorate. People didn't do it. We have 24 years people who have did it. We don't underplay, but you don't say because Dampari holds PhD.
And you know say because of your qualification, you are
no
big one of knowledge for everything. That's
no,
one I agree
that one
with
that one.
But
It
don't
can be possible.
go out and say
no, that one
what is doctor. Don't that one. I won't sit down here.
Felix,
and listen
Felix,
to you on that.
What I'm trying to tell you is that a lot of people have acquired doctorate.
Yes, and I agree.
So it is not something that
I am in it. So I know what I'm talking about.
So it isn't
not
something
just
that
sit down there and say what is doctorate.
You are in it. So it's becoming common, isn't it? Becoming
it's not becoming common just like that.
Unlike before.
It's
unlike
not
before,
about
how many
being
people?
common. The point is there.
And Pacho,
The point
so
is
you let me go on.
Pacho, I'm going to make an argument on doctorate and Pacho.
It's not just say. Give credit to it.
Pacho, Midasi.
We give credit to acquiring knowledge. People have acquired that knowledge. Don't let it sound as if because Dampare has acquired that knowledge, everybody can't acquire that knowledge. And I'm telling you, what is it that people can't acquire? People are knowledgeable maybe because of funds they couldn't. Because in Ghana, it costs about 70 to 90,000 to PhD. No matter how intelligent you are, you cannot fund it, you don't go. You get it. And people have acquired it is there. People have acquired left and right, unlike before. That is where I'm coming to say what is PhD, because people have acquired. It's becoming common as it was before. It is becoming common as it was before. Before it wasn't common. Today it is becoming common. Yeah, in Nipa 3 here, maybe 2 are doing PhD. So sometime back, in an area crowd who one PhD holder, or who Nipa back or the PhD. So now is that so to say those who did this research are not PhD holders, and then you say for God's sake, I beg to differ. That is one. Before the second aspect, first is air can here. Sometimes the area specialization of the area, some area how obi or degree he has knowledge more than somebody who has PhD in different areas because that is not your field of expertise. You get it? Even not the even degree in pool, even polytechnic. The person has way knowledge than you, the PhD holder, because that's not your area of expertise. But we have a common research, which is something that it is a procedure method. And we expect, say, that procedure method, no, everybody goes through. And you know, I absolutely disagree with Dr. Dampare. And that too, when you look at police service, they acquire one and then, who be sent the most corrupt institution, over-pointed police service. We don't take away, say, their performance. We don't take away, say, at least yentiment because the ABC no any nation across the world. But the fact still remains, say, that will be said the most corrupt institution, they'll point police. I followed one lecture by, ACP Agbojoden, when he was teaching them. He said, you people are taking one city. Do you take or you don't take? Then they said, we take. So are you corrupt or we are not corrupt? Then they say, we are corrupt. So then you stop taking it. You have to do that. I followed that lecture. Some time back, all my lectures to the police service. So are they not corrupt? I expect the good doctor, to take the report in good faith. Not taking it in good faith, and then put the remedies in place. Maybe a better me are reducing the rate of the bribery or the rate of the corruption in the police service. But when you debunk it all now, it simply means there is no corruption in the police service. And to say that, no, entiho. I mean, please stop. Obi enim se dieko. Oko police station. Obi enim dieko. Oko share police. Obi enim dieko. Yeah, yeti here for enim dieko. Obi enim. That's a fact. And to be say sorry, yes, to be say 6 we say are they corrupt or not? Me sure say 6 we they will say yes, 7 right. 7 obi abeka say yeah, or you corrupt. Obi abeka is corrupt. So unim, I think say even the 65 they had crowd. Some people were at least some people even were nice to the police service. Else they could have gotten about 90. They could have gotten about 90. Open your case, police service never.
Omo one na omo dwene say institution ni nyina corrupt. And omo one na omo dwene say institution ni bi corrupt. Until omo dwene say institution ni nyina corrupt ni 65%. And omo dwene say institution no e binom and they corrupt no police no somewhere 31.
And now when you look at media and private media and then about the least corrupted institution, you say and everybody obi abejedi. And your bat almost low, but Obi Abejedi only didn't Obi Abejedi. On him say there was one journalist, Star FM, Walega. The then minister person or bribing just because of investigation that Galamsey issue. On person you don't buy some bribing went to me. I'm threatening death threat on the life. And until we minister instead of some pam no, the minister in the Flagstaff house. The Nti you say Flagstaff House corrupt no kra na nya no correct. Into the media no nkrofo begye dey say they are among the least corrupted institutions. And Manasi a lot of expose. Nkrofo achensi na ono so to make it no. Beside that, you announcement why a lot of expose. Nkrofo be attempt to which I don't have evidence to. Okay. Ombe bribe no. It didn't work. Other journalists nso a lot aya the yehu. And if they are among the least corrupt institutions, obia betimi e de na adwen akwachi ahwe niema appointed to we aka say oh ampa betimi aye the list if you say na you be bribe esimesi one penny and my death threat odwane na ye be ye but president obia betimi aka say Canadian pompo aka say ugo hu na ado agi say otua $40,000 to $50,000 asa na wo hu no enti e ampa obia betimi aka
okay
ya kan say police so nya case ko police station a wa unim dia obeye wanya obetena ho saa obi anso ni obi anim say police stop here unim dia obeye wanya wo asem enti obi abetime hu saa de so aka say ampa omo defense enti IGP we are take it in good faith acknowledge it and then meet your people start at least ye dia obeye e be drop it gradual but to debunk it aka so mamba am baby sound there with a due respect to IGP I disagree with him.
Malik Mida say, well, my banama Jimmy closing comment now. Yeah, sorry, so on a pay with Jimmy so a jabata or a dental say the survey done by the Ghana Statistical Service is true. The police, even if it wasn't given to them as the most corrupt institution, they themselves will be shocked. The IGP should give us a break. That's a jabata and all the way to buy. If IGP is saying this about the research, is he aware that MTTD has their own trotro stations? Accra to do traffic lights, 10 Ghana cedis per sprinter. Then you load. In front of Makula Shopping, 10 Ghana cedis load. Close to the law school, 10 Ghana cedis. In front of Accra Metropolitan Assembly, 10 Ghana cedis. I'm asking, is this also not corruption? Ghana for you, or boy Amisti, Accra. Inside my taxi, as what? Every serious nation requires to put in place an active check, monitoring and accountability structures alongside with a well accountable institutions. If we can better these structures, we can beat corruption to the minimal. Or say Kweku, ready for UK. I'm sure. Benjamin, closing remarks. Uncle Bengazi.
Of a million Americans say this administration is not corrupt, has never been corrupt, and forever wouldn't be corrupt. Obia ni one ma obe to me, I say this the image of this presidency, and that is where my concern is. A police if one. I believe Damparebaye or Juma, he's trying to change things. Things are going to get better. All these negative reports are not healthy. And I say, wherever baby I saw Kono, they could meet institutional heads and have meeting with them. These surveys, now they about public domain, I don't agree with them.
May I say, Malik?
Yes, the Amewa can say the good doctor such a report about unfunding in good. Now unfunded measures and to play shouldn't just debunk it because the whole world in him. When you say police stations be or you say MTT your bosses no mutual bail and more now the bail number ebi onim but onim na say report say ba unfa the 9 to 4 no share no be ya obet my drop. But you can corruption this president is the most corrupt president in the history of this fourth republic. The most corrupt and lawlessness in the history of this fourth republic. They be maybe some question say the Ghana a company, a Woody Akufo-Addo better as a manager of the company. Rest my case.
That's it.
Say you make it emphatic and conclusive statement. Sometimes you may be there you be requested for empirical evidence. To support the argument, because if you make a conclusive statement, The president is the most corrupt. That one too conclusive, and I wish there's some evidence to back it. But one is but my point here say, corruption, abe some BBA are permeated to the entire society of Ghana. Report here by religious bodies, media, schools, hospitals, presidency, parliament, judiciary. Baby biara we society imuno. Report naturally say yarea editi yemu. And into know some of us you may argue say yen hwe baby as a problem ifi any baby a edi ababedri. Na yen pe kwan ya be fa so a ye be si ano kra. And into na Progressive People's Party ya ka say one sure way say ye be nya an independent attorney general, on your cabinet minister, on your part of the government. Now what to me jirane na so pa mo akase me ku ekokese no to sa yare yi asi if your mind way to deal with the problem once and for all, because to deal with it it's about institutional framework, it's about legal framework, it's about administrative framework. I the BCC ho ye na betumi ewurawura na tumi aye den aso ade na no ya anya ne sa na research be da bonten a ne bia be ya ne se o masa ye mfa ntum ne enko defend ye defend wi a asa enya de be ko ba bia bio ye janisa na ade no so every year, because every year we lose money. Auditors General report infractions any sika ko a ye hwere every year billions of cedis.
Okay, see for me.
These are the petty things that is affecting us as I say. It's not about coming out to defend it and then get in the report. That's
right.
Not the argument.
0302243540 030225790284 yabaji mukos kakra na pay wojumedie no so na yama yemuso na yako Team Mamin Kwamano so na me shasi enje mo course. Hello morning.
Good morning.
And but your friend say?
Hey, Obakwasi agent mo ni mi ka se fro fan ko beria.
Ni mo enti o.
Divine selection aka na no pe de na me chia mo for Jako. For my energy minister na me chia Mr. Sian so. Zum lion boss on to work my boy my Ghana pa. Obakwasi ye corruption assembly ye kan ya. IGP person be die chini. Me de mesere no ankon fo ni nto fom na won fa ne pepa ne pen na de ye kan nyina no won notu me ye de bia ye meda what you say obi aso be nya evident de abase o de bia ye no by what he said and this wa ban no was what the police yi dia one team that you also bet sa police for yi say obi du sika bia be report no what you say and no ne betimi aboa no pa me na hu sa asema ye kan no kura na se nya no kure na mo wo je timi se nya no kure dia institutions in bebre on mo boss abrane die ba for too much. Bye bye.
That's it. Hello morning.
Morning, question apun today.
Boko mbacho hani.
But do ne situation Madina.
Yentiu.
Yo kwesi. Bengazi to us to one aban no corruption. Bangade. Who is he? Who minister onkoto COVID edumra aseme ne siye. One mepacho, one could risk one mepacho. How will Kumsim? Assembly see Uncle Top machine, came to my assembly see what you know, essay, actually, one got to look at the pool of account, so one by no column in room. No more did this car. Our castle.
wo be jo abaka sa corruption obi abaka mo ubu afu komna me na hwa me yanko wo electricity kono ta sama mo ka no so mo de electricity wo be hu se politics ko mo ye what if I hear mo je 1 cd 2 cd kwesi Mr. So pe meter electricity so pe kono pa be bia kono for electricity electricity what the meter ay 80 Ghana cedi would you quote 80 Ghana cedi no kwesi for past 2 years would you meter they could take 1,000 cedi from a contractor or ECD obi the meter amount it's one yes research no one electricity to mo electricity and come say corrupt one ko deviate one ko habo Mr. Kwesi police for and you what if 1 cd kwesi what's kwesi your problem what program also started 5:30 let's hold that for 5:40 now say the
Mpacho de amo yen kwa sisi akra me starting 6:30 why me starting 6:30
well see me here o
me sisi akra me starting 6:30 kra me ye fi ho kra
me ka me kwada me ka chro no wa me twa so
0302243540 0302257902 Ejine wan kuta wada wo
Darling boy.
Nana say
I go see onyame asinje le kawo.
Ebi kam so nana sisi akra me start program 6:30
Mo pia.
Yeah.
Hana. Doctor Kofaba 1 umpe Kofaba 1 was said Kwame despite when you Rama or therefore to say
I'm here papa
good only you understand for support for this thing
Adaroma
ana ufi UK ba ala ko America because one kaye me ba ko e di catch me na must your poku prampe and let minister 1 tell me take it to that room on so much na me ko UK me na because me visa no yewu benito and me no be ma same uku na na bi o me say na chairman o me say na ko nchina e for mo pa me see Would you know Shasia corruption once a month? Yeah, can you? I keep fishing a union be can only Fimuna and Sana, Waba, Yemiano, or Boy Duma. Then so I consider who are the original. Who know big GVH? And some trouble, the only one which will discover 500 million a month. What galaxy? And so you for a big GVH in the VAT. Or this any plan for 1998 year, or in 7 no shots on the universe. If it's a one, I catch your friend who 18 central for would you walk to the park, but you can, but if I catch a wood to and a woody. I get us to him. Master Gunner mine. And now, when you at home, but that's what in the Mukuma over 1D1F. It's across the country, may say, may sound pity. And nobody enough. That's what do to mine. Or do or feel sure. Self-processing factory back, or what? Or when the whole of the person knows that call on the commercial. At the moment, more administration who buy because MPP be do a mine sure or mine or mine sick a seminal at me as she said a year and put war at me because MPP a young crumble and quite. When you what I can think of the ball about so it's a kind of mine. That's what we need to do. But to an Eddie Yenya Mahama, and the Koma, and Krankra, and then a work of Numian, the Simon, your fuck, Rapaliki, anti Abayachi, let me wait 10 years and year, and Obama Numian, quite something, Chief Cosia, now, woman in
okay. Miss me does say, my Junior, do you want to say hello morning?
ABOAGYE, ABOAGYE, baby, before the
Adaroma.
Yamen Cow. Now, Utini, the end of the year, talk, papa. Obia India, Hawker. When the animal police for, what papa animal police for, the animal police for. Oh, I could see Yabasraya Papa IGP. Police stations be war. Your kid rubber at the core pen. You do 200. How much you chop water to hold? Now, one will share and some way, let's say report of phone.
nyame mboa na so ko wu driver fo na so beta again on baka police station ye du ka ko pe oba tie 200 asana ya jawo ano ye bien nti de papa IGP on fan na sifo ye nimte branches ni bebre nyama mu ye wo suma se no ano ye bien but ebi wo ha ye feel to do ono ntina ya ka no ebesere omo form na sifo na die estafata na sitan bi baba omo ntumi ye ne sa na bibia ankoye emaya manosi me da so bebre
I'm in funny chat to crowd in fact cause ni fancy sorry so hello morning.
Good morning ofayi.
I'm Patrick Frosty.
Oso for them we go to su ata so baby. Na mi sira o.
Jones.
Anyansa fu. So power so Ghana man. That's it. Intima and Ghana man beda wase. Na do food ya pa on the piano. You be be you ga trade with the Koita mantin wo bia no. Na se Ghana man. Me fam pa bon tap for na ti. Ofayi. Yedi kan wo ye report to dwa a police for edi kan. Quickly IGP eba bo tebe di na yefre no onto no bo ase enkatie baako etin sei enkatie mpempem because the son of a police for juma bi omu di akwati eduru ba bi a ibu a police juma hu fin come when city police ni be ti ma delay obi a only when city man I what allow you to go ye besre omomo mu din wonti na mna bi atwa na buo I Ghana for my police phone a buono and San because you are oya juma pa akwasi ubedi do katia pa ho ebio some of a media phone bi kwasi omo personal service interest nti ene na mo man no adu ba bia every you ba sem santre phone mu no kula monka obi ye boni amonka na mu dem personal service interest no ena mi ye bi ka ye ni santre phone kwasi o fa no wasi omo never any say what ma kana kure.
Yes, yeah, that's the Hanum senior the course need see yes sir so na yeah the enyum atwaso akopimbe ye prem to bread. I mean fast that can so fama pejo dami ado. Obo mechi dom or chiche jumidie ya de bremo. Na ya safo any free man bankro and so tai chi a wo mu pian niam social media. Yama bia hu social media bia madama eno mu pian ochna fiada enkwani ahodin ho ebesen hia e wo fidie so ne de Ghana MONTIE e de abrem bisi aboagye ne medin wan teme nka na mentina nim kire ne nya ba ye bia nya nhira ma wona mpem boda ope bia wonya bi me ko